Are we ready?
Yeah, we're ready to go in council chambers.
Awesome. All right, Chair Nada, you are clear to begin.
Okay, first, welcome everyone to the meeting today. Okay, so I call to the order the Wilsonville Development Review Board meeting for September 27th. Ladies and gentlemen, several of the matters before the Development Review Board will be dealt with as quasi-judicial public hearing. The order I am going to follow for each public hearing is outlined in a public information bulletin entitled Conduct of Hearing, located at the side of the meeting room and available on the city's website. Scheduled public hearings are listed on the agenda. I will identify the subject of each public hearing, announce when the public hearing is open, and request anyone who's interested to testify regarding the matter being considered. Failure to raise an issue in person or by letter or to the Development Review Board will preclude the raising of that issue at any subsequent time subsequent time on appeal. Only those individuals who appear before the Development Review Board, either in person, by email, by teleconference, or in writing, will be allowed to testify on an appeal of this item to the City Council if an appeal is made. Generally, if the City Council review all or any part of the Development Review Board decision, it will only be reviewed based on the Development Review Board on the record hearing. Therefore, any appeal hearing on the matter before the City Council will generally be for argument only, and no new evidence will be received at the City Council hearing unless the City Council, in its sole discretion, elect to hear additional testimony or receive new evidence. If you wish to speak for, against, or comment in any way, please complete a green Development Review Board public testimony card at the side of the room, and for those who are here in person or there in person, and hand it to the secretary. Those who wish to testify remotely, please indicate you wish to testify when asked, and the phone system is unmuted, because your testimony gives you legal standing in the matter for which you are testifying. It's important that you provide your full name, address on the testimony card, or at the beginning of your comment. When your name is called to testify, if you are present at the City Council, please come forward to the microphone, and if you are remote, please wait to be unmuted, and then please state your full name and address for the record. Or if you prefer not to state your address aloud in the public forum, state that your address is as provided in the testimony card you submitted, and make your statement. If testifying in the City Council chamber with a mask, please pay particular attention to speaking loudly and clearly directly into the microphone to ensure your comment can be understood. I request that everyone who speaks not repeat testimony that has already been given to the Development Review Board. Simply stating that you agree with the previous speaker's testimony is sufficient. Your consideration is most appreciated, especially with so many people we have today. So definitely, this is something that I'm gonna say one more time when the testimony time is up. Is like, make sure, please, if you can just say whether you agree with the person who spoke before you, so we don't waste everybody else's time. If you would like the opportunity to appeal the decision, you must have testified either verbally or in writing. If you don't participate but would like to receive notice of decision, please sign the attendees sign-in sheet located at the side of the room, or if you participated remotely, send an email to planning@ci.wilsonville.or.us. planning@ci.wilsonville.or.us with the subject line "Receive Notice of Decision," and indicate the item for which you wish to receive notice. So for this, call to order, please.
Chair Saminata.
Roll call.
Chair
Here.
Saminata. Okay. Michael Horn. Katie Denwell.
Here.
Nicole Hendricks.
Here.
And Jason Abernathy.
I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the next item in the agenda is citizen inputs. This is inputs or anything that's not related to the matter that we're going to discuss in today's agenda. Any general topic other than the item discussed in the agenda. If anyone want to have any inputs, this is the time to do so. Sheila, do you want to go ahead and explain what? So I don't know if you guys can see this, but we when it's right now, of course, right now, because if you have any citizen input not related to the agenda, it will be a good time to get yourself familiar with raising your hand when you want to speak, because this is the way that. So we're gonna go through everybody who raised their hand. I'm just gonna go through one by one to make sure that we listen to the testimony. So.
Yes, so sorry, it took me a little while to figure out how to unmute myself when I'm sharing my screen. If you would like to give input on something that's not on the agenda tonight, please use the raise hand feature that we have. If you hover at the bottom of the Zoom screen, there should be a little raise hand feature towards the right-hand side that you can use. And at this moment, I'm not seeing anybody. We'll give it a little bit longer.
And at any time, if any of the attendees or anybody has any problem speaking, or getting a mute or anything like that, please feel free to send something in the chat. So I think all the comment in the chat from all the attendees goes to you, Shelley, I guess. So
yeah, actually, so with the webinar feature, the only ones who can use the chat feature are the panelists. Attendees are not able to use that chat feature, so we are limited to the raise hand feature.
Okay.
Yeah, and also you can shoot an email to thatplanning@ci.wilsonville.or.us. I'm actively monitoring that.
And can we have a phone number that if somebody listening to us and have any trouble, and we gotta repeat this phone number multiple times, especially when it comes time for testimony. But if you can just have a phone number that we can just say right now, so everybody will write it down, just in case if they have any trouble giving their testimony, they can just give this phone number a call, and we will help them figure it out how to solve the issues.
So 503-570-1536.
Okay, Dan, can you say it one more time? 503?
570-1536.
Okay. Okay, so with that, we're gonna move to the next item in the agenda, which is approval of minutes of May 24th, 2021 DRB Panel B meeting. Do I have a motion?
Sure,
Oh,
go ahead, Jason.
I was going to make the motion, but
You go.
You roll with it. I'll second it. Okay.
Sounds good. I move to approve the meeting minutes from the May 24th, 2021 DRB Panel B meeting.
For the second.
I'll second.
Any discussion? Okay, hearing none. So now we're gonna vote on approval of the minutes of May 21st, 2021, DRB panel B. Those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed say nay. Okay, here 4 ayes, so it passes. Motion passes. Okay, so the next item on the agenda is a public hearing for resolution number 393. So I'm gonna go ahead and open the public hearing. I call to order a public hearing regarding application number 393, Villa Bar Village Center Mixed Use Development Pacific Community Design at 6:40 p.m. Do any member of the Development Review Board wish to abstain, declare a conflict of interest or bias, or report any ex parte contact or any information gained outside of this hearing?
No.
Nope.
No.
Have all members familiarized themselves with the application?
Yes.
Have any Development Review Board member visited the site to assist in understanding the application material?
Yes.
Did Development Review Board member form any conclusion about the application, either pro or con, from your site visit?
No.
No.
Does any member of the audience wish to challenge the participation of any member of the Development Review Board? I'm just gonna give it 30 seconds here. Somebody will write something in the chat or call the phone number. Okay. For all those wishing to testify, please be aware that failure to raise an issue in sufficient detail to allow the Development Review Board, the applicant, and other parties at the hearing an opportunity to respond to the issue will preclude an appeal to the City Council or the Land Use Board of Appeal on that issue. All testimonies and evidence should be directed toward the criteria that the staff identified in the staff report, criteria identified through testimony, or other criteria in the land use regulation that you believe apply to this decision. The applicant must raise constitutional or other issues related to the proposed conditions of approval with sufficient detail to allow the Development Review Board to respond to the issue, or the applicant will be precluded from pursuing an action for damages in circuit court. At that time, I call the city staff to present the staff report, including the staff proposed recommendation, along with the applicable review and approval criteria. Will the city staff please present the report and the recommendation?
Bear with me for a second here. So just bear with me for a second here. All right, can you see the presentation?
Yes.
All right, good evening, Chair Nada and members of the Development Review Board. My name is Cindy Luxoy, Associate Planner, and I'm here tonight to present for your review 11 requests for the Villebois Village Center mixed-use project. This is the final phase of Villebois to come before the DRB. It includes 3 mixed-use buildings and a supplemental parking area around the piazza in the village center. Case file numbers are DB 21, 8, 10 through 16, and 22 through 24. As required by statute, I would announce that the criteria applicable to the application as are stated. Can you hear me better? Starting on page 2 of the staff report, which has been entered into the record. Copies of the report are available on the counter at the side of the room and on the city's website. The project includes 3 lots within the Villebois Village Center. This slide shows the location of the subject sites. Buildings A and B are proposed northeast and northwest of the piazza on lot 76. Building C is on lot 73, and a surface parking area is on lot 12 to the southwest. Key streets in the village center include Southwest Barber Street, Villebois Drive, Campanile Lane, and Royal Scott Lane. As with most proposals before the DRB, there are a number of component applications listed here. These include a zone map amendment, a specific area plan, central amendment, preliminary development plans and modifications, final development plans, and type C tree plans. I'll briefly go through these one by one later in my presentation. First, I would like to provide information about noticing for the project, as well as some background and history of how we got to where we are today in Villebois and for this project. Proper noticing was followed for the application. The notice included clarifying background information about the project and outlined adaptations for the hearing process and providing testimony that were adopted by the city in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. The city received several public comments on the proposal, copies of which are included in the D exhibits. Concerns raised included parking, traffic, safety, intensification of use and added residential units, converting landscaped area at Southwest Villebois Drive and Barber Street to parking, and removal of a previously preserved scarlet oak tree, which is tree number 333. Concerns are addressed under discussion topics in the staff report, as well as throughout my presentation tonight. Staff notes that following publication of the staff report, additional comments were received, many in support of the proposed project. These additional comments were provided to the DRB this afternoon in advance of the hearing. Now, I would like to spend a few minutes providing some background about the planning and review process that is designed specifically for Villebois. Villebois is located in the area surrounding the former state-owned Damash State Hospital complex, originally constructed between 1958 and 1961, and vacated in July 1995. Shortly after it was vacated, a master planning effort was launched, which resulted in a plan to establish an urban village on the site and surrounding properties. As shown on this slide, these planning efforts led to the 2003 adoption of a concept plan for Villebois, and subsequently the Villebois Village Master Plan, which was most recently amended in 2013. The master plan adoption included zoning code language guiding how development is reviewed and defining what flexibility there is from the master plan as development occurs. Based on the master plan, 4 specific area plans, or SAPs, were approved, including South, East, Central, and North. The SAP approval included books guiding the details of the architecture and community elements, such as street trees and site furnishings. All proposed development has a preliminary development plan, or PDP, and a final development plan, or FDP. The PDP is equivalent to a traditional subdivision review, looking at the layout, streets, and other functional components of development. The FDP is the detailed review of buildings, parks and open space, and other amenities and features. The review before you today addresses amending SAP Central and adopting PDPs and FDPs for lots 12, 73, and 76 in the Village Center. SAP Central, where the subject lots are located, is highlighted in yellow on this slide. The red star identifies the Piazza at the center of Villebois. SAP Central consists of 55.2 acres within the central portion of Villebois. It was adopted in 2006 and includes 42 acres within and 13.2 acres outside the village center boundary. The current application affects 2.02 acres of the 42 acres within the village center boundary, surrounding the central piazza on the north, east, and west sides. On this slide, the boundary of SAP Central is in black, and the village center boundary within SAP Central is a light gray dashed line. As on the previous slide, the red star indicates the piazza. The figure also shows the range of land uses envisioned for SAP Central in the Villebois Village Master Plan. The uses in the master plan are designed to create a vibrant mixed-use village center at the heart of the Villebois community, comprised of residential, office, retail, and other related employment uses. The village center is designed to include higher density residential housing, mixed-use housing, opportunities for office, commercial, light industrial, and civic uses, easy access multimodal transportation opportunities, and parks and greenway features. It's intended as a central hub of activities, services, and transportation, serving the larger Villebois community, and to provide multimodal transportation opportunities that facilitate pedestrian, bicycle, transit, and automobile access, connecting residents to shopping, services, recreation, and homes. This illustration focuses on the center of the village center, with the piazza again indicated with a red star. The medium blue surrounding the piazza, as designated in the Villebois Village Master Plan, is mixed-use condos, and that is roughly the location of the mixed-use buildings A, B, and C, and the parking area on lots 12, 73, and 76 of the current application. Staff notes that although the area surrounding the piazza is designated as mixed-use condos, the village zone is clearly flexible with whether the units are for sale units that the resident owns or for lease units that the resident rents, such as the apartments that are proposed in the current application. Further, the Villebois Village Master Plan defines land uses in the aggregate, with specialty condos, mixed-use condos, urban apartments, village apartments, neighborhood apartments, row houses, and small detached houses comprising one land use group, and doesn't distinguish whether the residential units within those land uses are owned or rented by the resident. Current application proposes a mixed-use development consisting of 3 buildings and a surface parking area surrounding the central piazza in the village center on 3 sides. This composite site plan shows buildings A and B located on lot 76, northeast and northwest of the piazza, and building C located on lot 73, southwest of the piazza. The parking area is proposed on lot 12, also southwest of the piazza, to serve the residents, visitors, and employees of the development. Renderings of the proposed buildings show buildings A and C on the top left and building B on the right. The landscape plan for the parking area is included at the bottom. I'd like to note that after publication of the staff report, the applicant submitted revised ground floor plans for the proposed buildings based on city staff's discussion points and conditions of approval. I'll provide more detail about those proposed changes later in my presentation. As mentioned earlier, there are a number of component applications before the DRB tonight. The first of these is a zone map amendment for PDP 12C Lot 76, where buildings A and B are proposed in the current application. This is request DB 21-8. The area of the zone map amendment includes approximately 1.19 acres in the 2 sites of lot 76 and 0.22 acre of public right-of-way that connects them, for a total of about 1.4 acres. As shown by this shaded area in the figure on this slide, the request is to change the zoning for lot 76 from public facility to village. As the former site of the Damash State Hospital, land in the village center kept the PF zoning from this previous use until a preliminary development plan is proposed for the property. The rest of the project area for the current application was rezoned from PF to V in 2006 and 2007, when PDPs were approved for development of those lots. The current PDP request is the first one submitted for lot 76, hence the request to change the zoning from PF to V. This is consistent with the residential village designation on the comprehensive plan map, as well as with the zoning of the rest of Villebois. Approval of the zone change enables development of the property to include 2 mixed-use buildings as proposed in the concurrent PDP and SDP applications. One component of SAP Central is the Village Center Architectural Standards, or VCAS. The purpose of the VCAS is to ensure that development within the village center boundary will be consistent with the Villebois Village Concept Plan and Master Plan, as well as with the design principles and design standards in the village zone. Within the VCAS are several addresses, each of which is a special overlay zone that highlights a unique area in the development, providing additional information for the definition of architectural character. One of the 6 addresses in the village center is the Plaza address. All buildings proposed in the current application must adhere to the VCAS for the Plaza address, since they all front on the Piazza and its surrounding streets. The applicant is requesting a SAP Central amendment to refine the VCAS to implement the proposed development. This is request DB 2110 and applies to lots 73 and 76, the sites of buildings A, B, and C. The proposed SAP Central amendment would change provisions of the Plaza address to modify exterior building material standards related to facade materials and percentage calculations. To further explain, the current list of approved facade materials includes brick, stone, cast stone, stucco or plaster, poured-in-place concrete, or pre-cast concrete veneer, and metal panel systems. The proposed modification adds under stucco or plaster the phrase, including stucco boards composed of fiber cement reveal panels. The proposed modification also reduces the percentage from 75% to 30% of the facade of each building required to be finished with one or more of the listed materials. As explained by the applicant in their narrative, the proposed revisions allow more design flexibility for the facade designs and allow the proposed project to react to the current construction market conditions without sacrificing the integrity of the finished product. A prescriptive minimum of 75% facade coverage from a small list of finished materials significantly impacts the design opportunities for a facade design, especially when pursuing a contemporary design aesthetic as proposed with this project. The price point of this small list of finished materials is significantly higher than the additional approved exterior finished materials, such as fiber cement lap siding, thereby forcing a higher construction cost without taking into account the overall design aesthetic. The proposed revisions to Plaza address do not remove or revise the materials list. Rather, the proposed revisions allow more flexibility for achieving the approved materials in a cost-effective manner. Staff agrees with the applicant that the proposed changes provide design flexibility to accentuate the ground floor of each building, providing architectural consistency along the central plaza. As shown in these illustrations, the materials define each building's base and distinguish it from the painted fiber cement lap siding above. That's the primary finished material for private housing at the remainder of each building. The result, when one includes the already constructed domain at Villa Blanc, is 4 unique facade designs that wrap the central plaza with complementary finished materials and color palettes. The brick veneer, storefront windows, and steel canopies all reinforced the ground level streetscape to make the plaza a vibrant, pedestrian-friendly experience. No other changes to the VCAS for the plaza address are proposed in the current application. Since South Central was approved in 2006, separate PDPs, as well as some modifications of original approvals, have been approved within the SAP. No previous preliminary development plan has been proposed for PDP 12C Lot 76. Therefore, the request for this PDP, which is DB 2111, does not include a modification. The proposal for Lot 76 is to construct the 2 mixed-use buildings, A and B, to include 94 apartments. Approval of that PDP by the DRB is contingent on City Council approval of the zone map amendment. PDPs for 2C Lot 73 and 1C Lot 12 have been previously approved. Therefore, the current application includes requests for modifications of those PDPs. The requests are DB 2114 and 22 and include the following. For Lot 12, modification proposes to eliminate the conceptual range of 8 to 12 mixed-use condo units previously envisioned and the three-unit residential development approved in 2018 to provide a surface parking area to serve the residents, employees, and visitors of the mixed-use development. This results in fewer units or less density and more parking than originally envisioned for this immediate area. I'll provide some additional context about Lot 12 in the subsequent slide. Modification of Lot 73 proposes to increase the number of mixed-use condos from the conceptual range of 24 to 30 units to provide 49 apartment units in Building C. The table on this slide reflects the final and current approved unit counts in all other PDP approvals and modifications in SAP Central. The original SAP Central approved 1,010 units with a potential 10% increase or decrease over time. With approval of the proposed PDP modification to lots 12 and 73, the density in SAP Central will be 986 units, resulting in a less than 10% change to the unit counts in SAP Central. This continues to meet the density requirement across Villebois. The proposal also results in a total of 2,568 residential units within Villebois, which meets the refinement criteria. Since public comment on the current application has focused on development of a surface parking area on Lot 12, I thought it would be helpful to provide some background to the DRB about the property. Lot 12 is outlined in red on this slide, showing the proposed parking area configuration. When SAP Central was approved in 2006, it called for 8 to 12 mixed-use condo units on the subject site, taking access from shared alleyways. I'd like to note that the property was never planned for park or open space. The current improved landscape on the site stems from the site's past use as a temporary sales office and information center for the village center. Often these types of sales offices are heavily landscaped, even if just temporarily, to create a market-friendly aesthetic. The modular building used as the sales office information center was removed some time ago, but the improved landscaping has remained. Based on public comment, it's apparent that the length of time the temporary landscaping has been in place has created a perception that the landscaping is the long-term approved use of the property. In 2018, development plans came forward and were approved for this site. The 2018 approval was for a 3-unit residential development, including 1 mixed-use unit and associated improvements. However, the developer chose not to construct the approved units. The proposed Lot 12 modification eliminates all the residential and mixed-use buildings on the property in favor of providing additional parking to serve nearby development. All changes to the number of units are within the refinement thresholds identified in the V-zoning text. The proposed parking area on Lot 12 will not take access directly from Southwest Villebois Drive or Barber Street, but rather through an existing alley. The existing alley is partially on Lot 12 and partially on tracks G and H of the plat of Villebois Village Center, which was recorded in 2007. Per note 4 of the plat, Lot 12 has an access easement over tracks G and H. The 3-unit development approved by the city in 2018 included access via the same alley and parking added within the alley on that portion of Lot 12. This application proposes the same access and the same addition of parking in the Lot 12 portion of the alley as was previously approved. Traffic impacts for the proposed project as proposed in the PDPs for lots 12, 73, and 76 have long been included in the planning and construction of transportation infrastructure to serve Villebois. The number and density of units and trips have been anticipated and planned for in master planning and subsequent development proposals over the past couple decades, and the current proposal is consistent with the projections. In May 2019, the city's traffic consultant, DKS, analyzed the residential trip generation of 3 buildings with 145 apartments proposed on lots 73 and 76, as compared to residential trip generation estimates for all of South Central, calculated in a 2013 traffic impact study. The residential trip generation for the entire SAP Central with the 3 proposed apartment buildings was found to result in a lower trip generation than previous trip estimates for the SAP. Therefore, no significant traffic impact was anticipated due to buildings A, B, and C. In June 2021, the analysis was revised to reflect modified site plans for buildings A, B, and C, showing 11 ground floor residential units that could be converted to approximately 7,300 square feet of retail space in the future. This analysis concluded that the proposed modifications to the buildings would result in a net increase of 22 PM peak hour trips, 10 in and 12 out, after conversion of residential to retail. However, it was found that the change would not cause the residential trip counts to exceed those previously analyzed, and the total residential trips for SAP Central would be 578, which is less than the 594 trips that were analyzed in the 2013 TIS. Also in June 2021, the city's traffic consultants revised the residential trip generation analysis for Lot 12. This site was approved in 2018 for 3 row homes, with one of the units containing 711 square feet of commercial office space on the ground floor. However, the current application proposes a 24-space surface parking area to provide the supplemental parking for the mixed-use development. The revised analysis estimates that the parking area will generate 12 PM peak hour trips, 10 in and 7 out of the parking spaces in the lot. However, because parking does not of itself generate trips, all of the trips are assumed to be existing trips associated with the rest of the project. Villebois has specific parking standards listed in the V zone for the proposed uses. The applicant has worked with the city to follow the standards. With mixed-use development such as is proposed, the parking demand is more intense than many typical developments in Wilsonville. This location has long been planned for mixed-use development with parking standards established with the plan in mind. The city has carefully reviewed the parking proposal and, as explained in detail in the findings and outlined in the table on this slide, found minimum parking standards are met or exceeded. In summary, 167 vehicle parking spaces are required prior to the allowed offset for excess bicycle parking and motorcycle parking spaces provided, or 149 spaces are required with the offset. The proposal includes 183 off and on-street spaces, exceeding the requirement by between 16 to 34 spaces. The area around the Piazza at Villebois is the very core of the community, calling for the tallest buildings and the most intense uses. The description of the village center in the Villebois Village Master Plan describes the higher density development around the Piazza as multifamily and mixed-use development, such as ground level retail or office and flex space uses, with office or multifamily residential units above. The flex space is defined in the master plan glossary as ground floor units of a multifamily or mixed-use building that can be converted to office, retail, or residential uses. Other language in the master plan describing this core area includes Policy 5 under Village Center, which says that the core area of the village center shall provide for mixed-use residential, retail, and employment areas that may include office uses and live-work housing opportunities. This master plan language defines that the buildings around the piazza should have ground floor commercial type space. But in the list of what the space may entail includes retail, office, flex space, and live work. In addition, the master plan prescribes a building around the piazza provide a mailroom for the village center. The master plan does not prescribe the mix of these different ground floor uses. However, a basic notion of mixed-use development is that the ground floor is non-residential or live-work uses. In the proposal before the DRB, the applicant includes the following uses on the ground floor of buildings A, B, and C: common area amenity for apartment residents, live-work units facing the piazza, a leasing office, 2,460 square feet of retail space, a mail center with over 900 mailboxes, and flex space residential units for potential retail conversion. Most of these uses qualify under the non-residential or live workspaces identified in the master plan to occupy the ground floor of mixed-use buildings. However, as stated in the staff report and findings, city staff does not support the ground floor units designed to accommodate future conversion for retail as flex space in buildings B and C. These units do not have exterior entrances, limiting the flexibility to transform the spaces. Any tenant improvements to convert to retail would be substantial. No evidence exists that it's foreseeable for the market demand for retail to be so much greater than for residential, so as to trigger completion of future tenant improvements that would convert the spaces to retail or office. The combination of financial burden of any future conversions, combined with the lack of anticipated market demand, creates substantial hurdles that don't allow these units to be reasonably considered flex space. To address this concern, conditions of approval PDC2 and PDC3 of the staff report, as summarized on this slide, require the spaces to be converted to live-work units with exterior entrances and storefront treatments, including entry canopies, so that the ground floor is office, retail, or live work. The conditions further state that the applicant may refine the location and mix of uses so long as other specified conditions are met. After publication of the staff report, the applicant submitted revised ground floor plans for the proposed buildings based on city staff's discussion points and the conditions of approval outlined on the previous slide. As explained by the applicant, the updated plans reflect considerations made to locate retail space at the highly visible corner of Southwest Villebois Drive and Barber Street, and places the postal center closer to its current location at the corner of Southwest Royal Scott Lane and Villebois Drive. The submitted materials were provided to DRB and posted on the project page on the city's website on September 20th, 2021, when they were received from the applicant. The materials consist of a memorandum, supporting site plan, and building summary table that detail the proposed changes, including the following: relocate and enlarge the retail space in Building C from the center of the building to a prominent corner with an additional 760 square feet of space. Relocate the postal center from Building C to Building A. Relocate the community room in Building A from the northwest corner to the southern corner, and relocate the fitness center from the southern corner to the northwest corner of Building A. Distinctly identify ground floor flex retail residential spaces in buildings A, B, and C, and one less apartment from 11 flex spaces to 10, resulting in an overall unit count of 142 rather than 143 apartments. The applicant during their presentation tonight will provide more detail about the proposed revisions. The updated plan does not alter demonstrated compliance with applicable development standards, the VCAS, or Community Elements Book requirements. No modifications to the circulation, utility, grading, or landscape plans for buildings A, B, or C are proposed. The modified site plan does not impact or alter the zone map amendment, staff amendment, or type C tree removal applications for development of buildings A and B on lot 76 or building C on lot 73. And the modified site plan does not impact or alter the PDP, FDP, or type C tree removal applications for the surface parking area on lot 12. Staff notes that the postal center, when it was in building C in the plan set submitted by the applicant, had a restroom interior to the space. The relocated postal center, as shown in the revised ground floor plan on this slide, does not have a restroom interior to or accessible from the space. The parks programming matrix in the Villebois Village Master Plan, which is case file number DB1257, includes a condition of approval, PDB2, which specifies that at least one restroom shall be placed in a ground floor location with access to the general public from the postal center. To comply with this condition, staff recommends that condition of approval PDC4 be added to request C as follows. In the final configuration of the ground floor, pursuant to the parks programming matrix in the Villebois Village Master Plan and condition of approval PDB2 of case file number DB1257, at least one restroom shall be placed in a ground floor location with access to the general public from the postal center. Submitted FDP requests for the proposed project include DB2112, 15, and 23. Approval of this FDP for lot 76 by the DRB is contingent on City Council approval of the zone map amendment. The FDPs provide details of architecture, landscaping, lighting, signage, and residential amenities consistent with the requirements of the SAP Central Community Elements Book and VCAS. The submitted FDPs meet all requirements of the applicable standards or will with conditions of approval. I'd like to highlight a couple points related to the FDPs, including landscaping and screening of the proposed surface parking area on lot 12 and mixed solid waste and recyclable storage in the proposed buildings. With respect to landscaping and screening of the proposed surface parking area on lot 12, the SAP Central Plan and Villebois Village Master Plan do not indicate any required community fencing within the subject site. The VCAS indicate that fencing is optional in the plaza address and where provided should be consistent with the architecture. The applicant is proposing 6-foot-high vine support fence consisting of welded wire mesh fencing with cedar posts around the entirety of the surface parking area, except it breaks for pedestrian and vehicle access points. As described by the applicant, Star Jasmine, a blooming broadleaf evergreen, is proposed to vegetate the fence and provide a visual barrier between the parking area and surrounding properties. A sample image of the vegetated vine is provided on this slide, as well as the proposed landscape plan for the subject site. With respect to solid waste and recyclable storage in buildings A, B, and C, the storage requirement for the mixed-use development is based on the number of residential uses and retail square footage. The trash storage rooms, as proposed in buildings A, B, and C, will serve both the residential and retail uses on the site. The applicant states that the required storage space was calculated assuming storage height of 4 feet for solid waste recyclables and no vertical or stacked storage that was proposed. Although the applicant further states that the buildings provide adequate storage space for solid waste and recyclables, as noted in the compliance letters provided by Republic Services in the submitted materials, the actual calculation is not included in their narrative or findings. Therefore, staff is unable to determine whether the standard is met. Staff recommends condition of approval PDD5 be added to request D as follows. The applicant shall demonstrate that the solid waste and mixed recyclable storage rooms in buildings A, B, and C meet the requirements of section 4.179.06, which specify that multi-unit residential buildings containing more than 10 residential units shall provide a minimum storage area of 50 square feet plus an additional 5 square feet per unit for each unit above 10, plus an additional 10 square feet per 1,000 square feet of gross floor area of retail use in each building. Request for Type C tree plan review by the DRB includes DB 21, 13, 16, and 24. Approval of the PDP 12C Lot 76 Type C tree plan DB 21, 13 is contingent on City Council approval of the zone map amendment. There is a combined total of 12 trees on the sites of the proposed project. In addition, trees in areas adjacent to the lots, as well as street trees, could be affected by construction. Of the 12 on-site trees, Lot 73 has 6, including 1 London plane, 1 red maple, and 1 Oregon white oak, and 2 Austrian pines. The Oregon white oak is in poor condition with dead and broken branches, crown decay, and top dieback. On Lot 76, there are 4 trees, including 2 pin oaks, 1 identified as important, but with blackberries surrounding the trunk that limited the arborist assessment, and 2 scarlet oaks, both in poor condition. The 2 trees on Lot 12 include 1 red maple and 1 scarlet oak. Staff notes that tree 333, the scarlet oak, has long been designated for retention as an important tree. This tree is not part of the city's heritage tree program. Previous unbuilt approvals for the site preserved the subject tree. However, the tree sustained substantial damage during the February 2021 ice storm. According to the arborist report, the storm damage led to loss of 2 very large scaffold branches and broken leaders along the smaller branches. The property owner discussed requesting removal separately, but elected to include the removal request in the current application. The city acknowledges recent damage to the previously important tree has impacted its long-term viability and supports the applicant's request to remove the tree regardless of what development occurs on the site. All 12 on-site trees are proposed for removal due to conditions and unavoidable construction impacts. All trees adjacent to the sites and street trees will be retained and protected during construction. In conclusion, based on the findings of fact and information included in the staff report and information received from a duly advertised public hearing, staff recommends that DRB Panel B add condition of approval PDC4, as I previously stated, but I will restate, in the final configuration of the ground floor pursuant to the parks programming matrix in the Villebois Village Master Plan, and condition of approval PDB2 of case file DB1257. At least 1 restroom shall be placed in a ground floor location with access to the general public from the postal center. And also add condition of approval PDD5 As previously stated, the applicant shall demonstrate that the solid waste and mixed recyclable storage rooms in buildings A, B, and C meet the requirements of section 4.179.06, which specify that multi-unit residential buildings containing more than 10 residential units shall provide a minimum storage area of 50 square feet plus an additional 5 square feet per unit for each unit above 10, plus an additional 10 square feet per 1,000 square feet of gross floor area of retail use in each building. Recommend approval to the City Council of the requested zone map amendment, DB 21-8. Approve with conditions contingent on City Council approval of the zone map amendment, the following for 12C Lot 76. The PDP, DB 2111, the FDP, DB 2112, and Type C tree plan, DB 2113. And approve with conditions the requested SAP Central Amendment, DB 2110, PDP modifications 2C Lot 73 and 1C Lot 12, which are DB 2114 and 22, the FDPs for those lots, which are DB 2115 and 23, and the Type C tree plans, DB 2116 and 24. That concludes my presentation tonight. Thank you very much, and I would be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
I would add, we also have engineering staff and our traffic consultant on the line if you have any questions.
So, does any
did you
member of
want
the
to-
Approval Review Board have any questions?
Well, and I did want to make one additional correction.
Go ahead.
That Cindy just remembered that she didn't mention, so I'll go ahead and mention, is on the staff report, it talks about a meeting with the mayor. That was actually pointed out that was before she was elected, so when she was actually a candidate. So it was not actually in a formal role as mayor that she met with having any discussions about this project.
Yep, thank you. Good, thanks. Okay, was this any member of the Room Review Board have any question for Cindy or the staff?
Yeah, I have quite a few. So to speak.
Right, Jason?
First off, I know that parking is a big step here, and I want to, I believe when you look at the math and everything coming out of it, and I'm looking at the package, number one, the lot 12 is, I'm reading that right, is that only 25 spaces that lot 12 is going to give that area?
It's 24 on-site spaces, and then there are additional 4 on-street. So there's the off-site is the 24, or off-street is 24, and there's an additional 4 on-street.
Okay, so with the lot, I have a few. So with the lot 12, that might be going back larger. So with the wall, the vegetation wall there, as spring comes, that's going to look great. As it goes down, who's responsible for maintaining that for the vegetation that's going to go into, as we go into the fall, into the winter months, that vegetation is going to be gone. So who's responsible for that, and what is the game plan for that? Because that's, to me, that's a temporary solution to the parking area for what they're wanting.
So the vegetation they are proposing is evergreen.
Okay.
So it will not lose its leaves. It will, just flower once a year, and those will go away, but it will still be green on those screens throughout the year as an evergreen plant.
Okay.
The maintenance of them, I believe, would be the management. Dan, can
Maybe
you?
the applicant can clarify who's
Yeah.
going to be the eventual owner of that, but it either be the homeowners association or the private owner of the complex.
Yeah.
Thank you. Next, if you look at the 94 units, and look at the 100 and I believe 163 units total combined, 180 something. If my math is right, we're still sticking with the Oregon rule of about 1.7 spots per per unit. And that is something that this is the near and dear part to me, because in 2014, I became across the city council board to start the residential parking zone permit, because what 1.7 units does to the, it puts a burden. Say again, Dan?
I just wanted to clarify that I know different members have different opinions about parking policy. We're not making parking policy or expressing our preference on parking policy tonight. We're applying the standards that are in the code.
Okay.
Just wanted to know that.
And
So that'll bring me up. Okay, so I'll bookmark that one for a little bit. With the traffic analysis, and that's the one thing I am going to ask for, is the traffic analysis. It seems the numbers, did those traffic analysis put a consideration for the lack of traffic we do have right now due to COVID, work from home situations, and it was in June, so you have a lot less school, and with COVID also, you have a lot less school traffic going through that neighborhood. And that's just, I'm just looking at ingress and egress out of the area also when it came to the huge fire we had there a couple of years ago in that same area. So that'll be my last question on that.
Sure, I can see that. Cindy or maybe Scott can add to it, but another part of the traffic on this one is that the traffic had long been anticipated. So this isn't the first time the traffic's been analyzed for this area. So, I mean, through the master planning process back the early 2000s, and as we've updated kind of the traffic data as the was built out, there was always, we knew what this area was planned for, kind of the level of density. So that's always been included in the assumption of future traffic and street planning.
Okay, great, thanks.
Any
I have
other
a few,
questions?
yeah, this is
ahead.
Katie. I have a few
Okay.
questions also. On the parking, if the parking lot were not developed as the 24 parking spots, would the buildings A, B, and C still have met the parking requirements for the development? Or is the addition of those 24 additional parking spots a requirement in order to meet the parking needs per the master plan?
no, so so they're required to have 167 spaces. They're able to take, short answer to your question is they would still meet it even without the surface parking area.
Okay.
Longer answer, if you want that, is that they are able to take a reduction for the number of bicycle parking spaces that they require. So they're required. So because they provide so many in excess of what the minimum requirement is. So that change would reduce the number that's required to 149 from 167, and they're providing 183. So
Okay.
if you took, yeah, they meet it regardless of whether they have that surface parking.
Next question is within that parking park, is that public parking? Will it be a mix of public and reserve parking? Has the developer given any intent on how that parking will be used? But specifically because one of the access areas is through what's considered on the plan a private alley.
Except that lot has cross-access easements over portions of the alley, which was approved with that previous development. So the previous condo that was going to be provided or built there also had the same access easements across the alley. The access to that building was going to be from the alley.
Understood. I guess more directly, my question would be, as it was originally planned with the condo unit, would that have had a requirement for 24 parking spots? No.
No.
I would assume, what would have been the requirement for parking spots for the condo? or the
I
park?
am not sure, but I think that the applicant could speak more to that, and I think that they do intend to speak more, give some more detail about that lot in particular.
Great, thank you.
Mhm.
Any other questions?
This is Nicole. Hi. Most of my questions I think are for the applicant, but I did have a question just about the 2013 master plan process and like the amendments for that related to the land uses. Did that go through like a community outreach process? And that kind of indicated whether community members were interested in that mixed use or parking area?
Can you speak to that, Dan?
Yeah, sure. So I managed that 2013 update. So that 2013 update had nothing to do with the village center. That was the last time it was updated, but it didn't touch the village center. I think the last time there was a significant update to the village center was at or around the original master planning in the early mid-2000s. So in each of those processes did go through a full legislative process, which included public outreach. There's quite a bit of public input, I know, on the 2013 update. And though it was before my day, the rest of those updates between 2003 and 2013 all had full public review processes.
Okay.
So there hasn't been really any, and judging by the fact that most of the land uses for the village center were adopted by DRB in like 2006, 2007, nothing substantial has changed around the village center, as I understand it, since like 2003, 2005.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so I have a few questions. So my first question is, what is the live workspace? What is this? What does this means?
So a live workspace would be a space that has exterior access, so like a storefront kind of, and you would have a person might use the first floor or the main part where you come first into the space as a small office, a meeting space, or they could use it for other things, and kind of it would be for a business of some sort. And then a lot of times there's a loft or there's some way of separating the rest of the living area from where the person is actually living, but they're living and working out of their apartment.
Okay. Okay. So my second question has to do with the zone changing from PF to V. And something maybe I don't understand, even though I've been through a lot of those developments, where why does it have to be this way? Like, why wasn't just V to start with? If the master plan was to have it condo or building in a specific way, why does it have to be designated BF and then it has to go through this rigorous process to V? What is the rationale behind that? And how many? And maybe okay. So answer after this question, I have another follow-up question too.
You know, the short answer, well, maybe not too short, but really that's the way that it's always been done in Wilsonville is one simple way to answer it. That's not particular to the village zone, but we really historically have not rezoned any kind of vacant land. The land remains either in a holding or the prior zone pre-development until the time it's developed. And that's intentional so that, you know, it comes in that we understand how everything interrelates and we're getting a full view of it, of what's going on there when we actually do the rezoning. That tends to be more meaningful other places where there may be some more options for zoning. But in this case, there's only one option and it's all consistent with the master plan, so it's less meaningful, but it kind of follows that pattern that we use everywhere in the city.
Thanks, Dan. And my follow-up question to this is, do you recall when was the last time a BF zone has been converted to V? When was the last time that happened?
The last approval on the village center, which would have been
2006, 2007?
2000, no.
Or,
like the probably the Mont Blanc townhouses, which was 16, 17. I know the last, but even, so like where there's construction right now, that went through a similar process that wasn't part of the Damash campus. So that one was actually zoned, had county zoning on it, but it also was rezoned to be when that neighborhood is currently under construction on the north end.
So
So
when
as
was that,
each
sorry?
phase has come in, it's been rezoned to be.
Which year was that?
What the prior zoning was.
I just missed which year would that happen? Was the rezoning happen? The last one?
The last
Similar.
one where it wasn't PF before, that was in 2018. I think
Okay.
the last one was actually public facility in the village center. I'd have to look at it, well, it was 16 or 17, somewhere in there.
Okay. So the reason I'm asking is there's a few applications got approved, and even though there were vacant lands and then converted, but I was just wondering if this is a standard practice that the city goes through. I remember seeing some changes like this that did not. A BF2V wasn't part of it. Was this like different zoning, or some of the zones, some of those zoning was already set up as V, like as part before, yeah, part of the master plan.
That's a great question. So typically that's where it was maybe a single parcel that was being brought in. And for example, like where building C is, it was a phased development. So they rezoned the whole parcel at that time, but they had planned a phase. And one of those phases was never built essentially. So that leaves it vacant for this application at this time.
Okay. Okay, so now a few questions about the parking. First, do we have any formal studies, like we do study for traffic, and we use it to see if whatever new development is following or is going to disrupt the current traffic criteria that we have for the city. Do you have anything similar for for parking for the city of Wilsonville?
So typically, we don't do parking studies. For this particular area in the village center, and the data was early 2020. There was data collected. It was done on a Saturday afternoon, kind of during peak parking time, as well as a weekday evening, to kind of see what percentage of on-street parking and other parking in the village center were actually being used. That data was collected and put into some draft documents, but it was never like published in a final document.
Okay. And how far? So what I'm trying to get to here is the parking situation in Valavois. Yeah, I don't live there, but I have a lot of friends who live there, and I drive by all the time. So I don't know if what I'm seeing right now is what was planned. Like when this study was conducted, how far was it from what was expected based on the code? Was it like a line? Because unless you can share out the number with us and share us, if it's possible, if it's handy, if you can share this information. But I just want to get just a figure of like how far off, or are we on track of what based on what the code suggests?
Yeah, I'm Scott Manser with DKS Associates. Dan, do you want me to take a cut at responding?
Sure. Yeah, Scott.
Okay. So on behalf of the Community Development Director, Chris Namsu, we did some initial parking study back in 2019, and we looked at kind of what the parking evaluation was on a Saturday midday, which is typically kind of a parks, retail, residential peak. And then we also looked at a weekday evening peak period. And we also did some forecasting for the development that's before you now. And I guess I'd say the summary of that study is there is adequate parking in the Villebois Village. When you get to the core and this general area where this building is, most of the parking is occupied. So if you were going to look for a parking stall, you might have to walk a couple of blocks. But in the village itself, there's plenty of parking. However, like I said, in this area, most of the on-street parking and the parking in the vicinity of these buildings was in the 80% to 100% occupied. So does that help?
Yeah, it does. It just, so, and this could be, so if I read the number correctly, the part of this proposal here, or when it comes to parking, is 48 on-street parking, which is, as I can see right now, all this on-street parking, unless new, like, new on-street parking will be added by the development. I don't see, when I drove there, and this is not by any way scientific or anything, it's just me driving there, I didn't see 48, I think 48 is the number, 45, I forgot. I didn't see 48, 45 parking spot available. So again, this is not scientific, just a random few times so that's why I was looking for a scientific data that tells me how far off. So do we have a 40, I know what the code says, and I'm not here to discuss what the code are. I don't want to, I'm not questioning this, but what I want to ask is, do we have enough space on street parking right now, 45 empty spots?
Yeah.
Or whatever the study was conducted.
Hey, Sammy, can I add to that? Because that's what I was trying to get through too. I don't care about the code right now, but what I hear, you said you did a parking analysis, but there is no retail there now to really justify an analysis of that, because you only have one or two retail spots that are there. If we put in a whole bunch of retail spots in the mixed units, is that area going to be able to handle that with the people living there and not inconvenience the people living there and the people that are attending the retail area from outside of Villa Block?
And I guess it's a little bit challenging to answer that question. And Dan, I get you've looked at the parking study as well, as far as what is assumed in each of the buildings. And I guess is what the assumptions that we had related to retail space and office space and units, is that all pretty consistent with the current application?
Yeah, it's fair, and I haven't looked at it in great detail in terms of how it compares.
Okay.
But again, I would caution, and Barbara, feel free to add your 2 cents in this, is that this isn't really evidence we can consider here, because it's about policy and it's about future operations, right? If we were to deny an application based on some unpublished study or casual observation, that would not be defendable. So I know you don't want to talk, so really, I'm saying we need to look at the current standards, and that's the measuring stick that, under the law, that we're measuring this against. And I just want to reiterate that.
So just to clarify, so basically, if I get it right, what you're saying is, even though if we know 100% that the new development will cause a problem parking wise, if you know 100%, and I'm not saying that we know this here, I'm not saying that, but I just want to clarify that based on the last comment you made, Dan, that even if you know 100% this is going to cause a problem, we cannot deny it based on that, based on parking. We cannot say, even though we know it's going to be a problem parking wise, we cannot deny it and say it's because of parking. Because, yeah, is this, am I getting this right, or?
Right. So the short answer I would say is yes, that's correct. It's needed. It's under state law. It's needed housing, and there's clear objective criteria that we have to apply to it.
Okay. Okay. So last questions. Maybe I think Jason, somebody asked this question. Who's going to own the parking lot? The new parking space? Is it going to be the city, or it's going to be private with HOA?
Well, and I think when it comes to on-street parking, right, there is the concept of usable and accessible, but the way the code is written is it kind of gives that adjacent. So one way to think about it gives that adjacent development first preference to that on-street parking. So even if it's used currently, essentially and it makes sense, right? That if residents in that neighboring building have been using that maybe for years because it was more convenient, right? As more residents come in, those new residents are entitled to that spot under the code, right? Though we're not metering it or anything in that sense, but essentially that allowance where they're entitled to use that on-street parking under the code as parking pushes some of that existing use elsewhere.
But it just my of course, again, my observation, this is not a scientific by any means. That's why I was hoping for an up-to-date study, parking study. But yeah, people who park there right now, yeah, based on the number of parking, I don't see a lot of other places where they can park, unless you can actually walk maybe 3 or 4 blocks. So it's not like but anyway, this is again not scientific. I'm just based on my observation, and I was hoping to find a study, like up-to-date study, and I was hoping, and maybe it's something that we can talk about later on, that the city council actually exactly and this is not a policy thing, but exactly like the traffic studies, we should do something like this based on what we can say, okay or not. So anyway, moving on. So my last question was, who's going to own the parking lot? Is it going to be owned by the city or by the HOA? Who's going to own it? Who's going to be responsible for maintaining it?
It would be privately owned.
Privately owned. Okay. Okay. So I have no further questions. Does any other member? Yeah. Anybody want to have any other question for the staff before we move on to the applicant presentation? Okay. With this, will the applicant please come to the podium with the microphone or commence your presentation when unmuted in Zoom? State your name and address and present any testimony you would like to present to the Development Review Board.
Okay. Good evening. Can you hear us? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, no.
Can you guys still hear us?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. We're having a little technical difficulty here. If you could bear with us for a moment.
Seems to be in the air tonight.
Okay. Yes, I do. The laptop moved over here and hit something.
So while we're waiting for the applicant for presentation, I just want to remind everybody who wish to testify to just look at the chat right now. Shelly just sent a link about filling the testimony card. So please do so if you wish to testify. Thank you. Would you guys like to have a little bit of break till you get this whole technical issues taken care of?
That'd be great.
Okay. So can I have a motion for, how about 10 minutes break?
Thank you so much.
Can I have a motion? Yeah,
I have a motion for a 10-minute break.
I'll second that emotion.
Okay, so a motion, yeah, a motion.
All right, so I'll just
Okay, motion to take a break for 10 minutes has been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so we're gonna reconvene at 8:05. 8:05 in 10 minutes from now.
laid out for us. So that's where we go, but. Okay, available.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Good. Glad you love it. Yeah. 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 Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's just exciting when it's a lot. Right? The whole neighborhood. So that's the part that's exciting. It's just like.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. It's 8:05.
Yeah.
Yep, so is the applicant ready with the application, with the presentation?
Thanks for coming. Let me know if you have any other questions.
Chair Nada, are we ready to go?
Yes, we are ready for you. Go ahead.
Okay. Chair Nada and members of the Design Review Board. My name is Rudy Kadleb. I'm the president of Costa Pacific Communities and master planner of Belvoir. Address is 9420 Southeast Lawnfield Road in Clackamas. And before my team begins presenting our application this evening, because I don't believe any of the current members of this panel were serving at the inception, I'd like to give you a brief history of Belvoir and the process. Like in the late 80s, when the state of Oregon closed its hospital on the site, and then in the mid 90s, it sought to repurpose the 250,000 square foot building into a women's prison on the site. The city and the surrounding neighborhoods had a different idea, a different vision for the property, and commissioned a study which became known as the Damash Area Transportation Efficient Land Use Plan. It's a mouthful. It was called DATELUP. This plan laid down the framework for a new urban village designed to correct the jobs housing imbalance that was existing in Wilsonville at the time. The state and the city teamed to find a more suitable location for the needed prison and to solve the then city's water shortage problem by creating a state-of-the-art treatment facility to provide water for the city's anticipated growth. With the building moratorium lifted, the state and the city instituted a nationwide search for a developer to execute the DATELUP plan. And in 2001, our company, Costa Pacific, was selected to be that developer and negotiated the purchase of the property from the state of Oregon. In 2002, Costa Pacific started the intense planning of what would become Belvoir. Beginning in the fall of 2002, Costa Pacific began hosting a series of 6 community-wide meetings, which were attended by hundreds of citizens, both at the Boones Ferry Elementary School and at the former hospital itself. In this iterative process, which took place over 18 months, we listened to the wishes of the community and created with them the framework that would eventually become the largest non-resort master plan in Oregon. In late 2003, a joint application was submitted for the concept plan and master plan by the city and Costa Pacific. So the city was actually part of the application, the applicant. And I believe it was in 2004, after dozens of public meetings, the concept plan and the master plan were approved. And eventually in 2006, zoning amendments, the first 2 specific area plans, preliminary development plan and final development plans for the first neighborhoods were all unanimously approved by the DRB, Planning Commission, and City Council with virtually no opposition by the citizens. And that was because they had such a hand in creating the plan itself. Since that time, no fewer than 12 preliminary development plans and 18 final development plans have been applied for and approved within the SAP Central alone, all of which were in conformance with the approved master plan. In addition, SAP South, East, and North have been approved, and today nearly 6,000 people call Villebois home. In 2010, Villebois was named America's Best Master Plan Community by the National Association of Homebuilders. The application before you tonight has been in the works since 2018. In the spring of 2019, we hosted a community meeting at the water treatment facility, attended by 50+ Villebois residents. And in the summer of 2020, we visited virtually with all of the, I mean that literally and figuratively, with all of the SAP Central HOAs to share the plan and listen to their feedback. That feedback included concerns for the lack of retail, increased traffic, lack of enough parking, and density. In a moment, our team of award-winning engineers and architects will share with you how this application addresses those concerns and complies with the nearly 2-decade-old master plan. I want to commend the city planning staff for its thorough review of the application, and we accept their findings, recommendations, and conditions of approval. And we urge you to approve the plan as submitted. Now I'd like to introduce Stacy Connery of Pacific Community Design, whose company has been involved with the planning of Villebois since the outset.
Thank you, Rudy. Let's see. Bear with me just a moment here. I'll share the screen and hopefully we will have success with it this time. There we go. Can everyone see the PowerPoint? Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. And thank you for being so patient with us earlier. We didn't quite expect to start off with shenanigans there. Just, but here we are and happy to go forward here. My name is Stacy Connery. I'm with Pacific Community Design. My address is 12564 Southwest Main Street in Tigard, 97223. And why is this not advancing? Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Let me move the picture so hopefully everyone can see the full slide. Let's see, our first slide here is showing an aerial photograph of Villebois. The boundary of Villebois is shown in red. And we, similar to Cindy's presentation, we wanted to emphasize the Piazza, which is considered to be the core or the heart of Villebois. We have this graphic showing the location of the Piazza within Villebois, which is identifying the existing building around the Piazza, which is known as the Domain, and our proposed buildings A, B, and C, and the parking area here. We wanted to draw attention to this because the original vision within Villebois is that the Piazza will serve as a public room for the community. And the idea of the public outdoor room is that there are buildings on all 4 sides of that room that serve as walls to create this community feeling of like a third space or a third room for people to spend their time. I also wanted to note at this stage too that one of the major concepts with the Villebois master plan is that this is a multimodal community that is designed to serve pedestrians, bicyclists, as well as vehicles, but the primary emphasis is on having walkable streets. That's why so much of the parking is behind the homes and is accessed via alleys. This slide is showing the land use plan for the Villebois master plan. And as noted in Cindy's presentation, all of Villebois does receive a village zone as development applications are approved. And the last remaining pieces in Villebois to receive the village zone are buildings A and B. The village code that accompanies the zone of village allows for refinements to this master plan and allows refinements to go up or down by 10%. As Cindy mentioned, our site carries the mixed use land use category, which anticipates commercial on ground floor level of buildings with residential several stories above. This slide is focusing in on SAP Central. So we wanted to bring to your attention that within SAP Central, the original planned density target for that area was 1,010 dwelling units. With the refinements allowed via code, that density could have gone up by 10% or down by 10%. So there's potential it could have increased by 100 units over time, but that's not what has taken place. Within SAP Central the blocks were actually each identified, each land use category was identified with a range of units that was planned to be located within that area. And our map here is identifying building A, B, C, and the parking area. And the original SAP density ranges are shown at the table at the top. Together, they total 41 to 144 units. The proposed project proposes units on sites A, B, and C, but not where the parking area is proposed, for a total of 142 dwelling units proposed. This results in 985 dwelling units in total in SAP Central, which is a 2.5% decrease in density from the original planning effort. And of note here, the street systems and the parking did anticipate this level of density. And at the end of the day, we're actually ending up with 2.5% less density than was originally planned for. This slide is beginning to introduce the architecture around the piazza. And again, the domain is existing. We have a graphic shown here. And then buildings A, B, and C will complete the walls around the piazza. And we're proposing a parking area in this location. And I'm going to now switch seats with Sam Sanderson, who is the architect. And he will walk you through some of the architectural information and the floor plans. Use this to toggle down. Just
Good evening, everyone. Hi, I'm Sam Sanderson at C2K Architecture, and I'm here to quickly discuss the building design for our proposed buildings. As you can see, we're proposing 3 4-story buildings, which essentially match the height of the existing Domain Apartments building. On this aerial site image, the true north is facing up and Domain Apartments building is in the lower right-hand corner. On this architectural site plan image, true north has been rotated 45 degrees so that building B is at the top of the screen, which is project north. The existing Domain Apartments building is at the bottom of the screen. At the east side of the piazza is building A, and to the north is building B. Building A to the east has 36 apartment units, and building B has 54 apartment units. Building A has a large postal center for Villebois, the ground floor, along with a public restroom, and that's shown in green on the screen. Other common spaces such as community rooms are shown in blue on the screen, all fronting the piazza. Building B has a retail space at the street corner, shown in green, And the lobby and leasing spaces are also facing the piazza and are shown in blue. Building A, the ground floor is shown in the middle of the screen, and the typical upper floor plan is on the right. The upper floor plans are all residential units. The building facade is shown on the left, which will have a light brick veneer at the building's corners with dark fiber cement lap siding and fiber cement reveal panels with an accent color. Building B's ground floor is shown in the middle of the screen, and the flex retail spaces shown in dark orange are apartment units that are structurally designed to easily be retrofit into retail spaces or serve as live-work units. The upper floor plans are at the bottom of the screen. The typical upper floor plans are residential units. At level 4, there's an amenity deck at the street corner with an adjacent interior amenity space. The building's facade is shown at the top of the screen, which will have a dark brick veneer at the building's base with light colored fiber cement lap siding and dark fiber cement reveal panels. Building C is at the west side of the piazza. Building C has 52 apartment units. Building C has a retail space at the street corner, shown in green. The lobby spaces are facing the piazza, shown in blue. The flex retail spaces are shown in dark orange and are apartment units that are structurally designed to be easily retrofit into retail spaces or serve as live-work units. The ground floor is shown in the middle of the screen, and the typical floor plan, upper floor plans are shown on the right. The upper floor plans are all residential units. The building's facade is shown on the left, which will have a medium-toned brick veneer at the building's corners with a dark fiber cement lap siding at the middle floors and a light-colored fiber cement board and batten panels at the 2 building corners. And the roof is sloped at these 2 bookends of the building. And while we're discussing the floor plans, as previously discussed, there is a condition of approval number PDD5 regarding the trash room size. And what I would just say to that is our design team sized these trash rooms in discussions with the waste management company. And part of our discussions in right sizing these trash rooms was discussing the frequencies of trash pickup. And so we'll, comply with this requirement for trash sizing. What we would request is that the condition of approval identify that the frequencies of trash pickup can play a factor in right sizing this trash room, which is how we have designed it to date. And with that, I will hand it back to Stacy, and she will discuss the trash, the parking.
Thank you, Sam. Okay, this graphic was designed to try to articulate how parking is being provided for this project. The yellow areas identified are off-street parking areas with the number of spaces provided within those parking areas shown in red. The blue areas you see shown along the streets identify adjacent on-street parking areas that have been anticipated for use for the development of these sites. The code requires 149 parking spaces. 183 are provided. 138 of those provided are off-street spaces and 45 are on-street parking spaces. This results in the project exceeding the parking requirement by 22.8%. This graphic focuses in on the parking area that is proposed on lot 12. And just to reiterate, these are 28 parking spaces that are being provided to serve the users of the proposed buildings that are part of this project. So they'll be for use of residents, tenants, and people who would shop at the commercial uses in these buildings. The parking area will be signed to that effect, and the parking area will be owned and managed by the operating company for the mixed-use buildings. They'll all be managed together. Let's see, so 24 off-street parking spaces are shown, 4 on-street here. And as Cindy did note, the parking area is not considered to generate traffic in and of itself because it is in association with the buildings that are proposed as part of this project. And so the trips that would be occurring as part of the residential commercial components will occur regardless of whether or not this parking area is there. Just for some context of what was previously considered for this site, as Cindy mentioned, there is a prior approval that is not going forward at this time that would have allowed 2 detached row homes and a mixed-use row home to be constructed on the property. That plan included 18 proposed parking spaces, 6 within garages, 8 off-street parking spaces in the alley, which that plan included these 4 alley parking spaces and included some 4 alley parking spaces in this location. Also included the 4 on-street parking spaces shown here. The property owner has chosen not to go forward with developing residential or commercial uses on this site and decided instead to propose this parking area in response to concerns that we have heard from the existing residents regarding parking. And by providing this parking area, we think it will help to address some of those concerns. The other thing to consider is the SAP Central Plan did identify 8 to 12 mixed-use condos on this site. If a development had gone forward implementing what the SAP Central and the master plan contemplated for this, there could have potentially been 24 parking spaces with that mixed-use condo project. Okay, this graphic shows the landscape plan for the parking area and includes the perspective from the street intersection of what the parking area would look like with the vine fencing that is proposed to surround it. This image shows what that vegetation would look like when it's flowering. In the seasons where it is not flowering, it would still be an evergreen cover that would clearly screen the parking area. And this next graphic is zooming in onto those 4 diagonal spaces that are accessed via the alley, showing how vehicles would be parked within those spaces. There is actually, it's notable that there's a grade change between the lot and the alley. The adjacent home next to it sits up higher than the alley, and there's currently a bit of a mounded area there. So when these parking spaces are constructed, they will actually be at a slightly lower surface level than the existing home that is adjacent to it. And there will be low retaining walls built to help define the parking spaces and to address the grade differential. So any headlights or the front of these cars will be into a low wall with a vegetation screening, and there's an existing solid wood fence along the property line. And also, just to point out context, this is where those 4 diagonal spaces are located, which happens to be right next to some head-in parking that's already existing along that alley. Let's see. This slide, we just wanted to end on a similar vein to where we started this presentation with the images of the 4 buildings that will surround the piazza, that will provide the walls for the piazza. This is a picture of the piazza currently. standing on the same street as the domain, looking across. And what you see here is basically a vacant space on the opposite side of the piazza. And the intention from the very beginning is to give walls to this outdoor room and create this like vibrant, active space for everyone in the community of Villebois to enjoy. Let's see, I think we are at the end of our presentation and we are happy to answer any questions, and I thank you for giving us this time.
Okay, thanks, Stacy, and everyone. So normally at that time, we normally ask the Development Review Board member to ask the applicant. But I was just wondering if we can just hold this off a little bit, and because it's getting late and I want to make sure to give our attendees, all the citizen, a chance to provide their testimony before it's too late. And then after the testimonies are over, if you can have the applicant back to have, if they have any rebuttal, and at the same time they can answer any of our questions as well. So this is mostly, yeah. So yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. So with this, so Shelley, if you can just, yeah, so I'm gonna go ahead with reading the manuscript about what you guys should do to, if you want to testify, but please look at what's in the screen right now. And if you can use the raise hand feature in the Zoom, so I know who wants to speak. And I'm gonna go by the alphabetical order that I can see on my list of attendees here. So please raise your hand, and if you don't know how to do so, just go ahead and do that. Look at what's in the screen. If you are calling, if you're calling this, just press to do *9, and this will be like a hand raise. With that being said, I'm just gonna go ahead and go through the manuscript for how the testimonies and how everything should be like. So before I call the testimony, is there any member of the audience on the Zoom who wishes to testify, who has already not already indicated whether they wish to testify? If so, please let us know by sending a message to the recorder in the chat via chat of Zoom. Also, you can call a phone number 503-570-1536. That's another way to ensure remote participants have an opportunity to testify and are not prevented to do so by technical issues. I will confirm individually with each participant whether they do not wish to testify, they wish to testify, and have already indicated so the recorder either prior or during the meeting. During the meeting. They have submitted testimonies, will submit testimony by email, or wish to have read into the record. They wish to testify, have not yet indicated so. To submit any testimony via email during the hearing, use the following email: planning@ci.wilsonville.or.us. Again, planning@ci.wilsonville.or.us. Please note, written comment or testimony received after the public hearing has closed cannot be considered. So make sure to send your testimony right now if you want to send it. As you are giving an opportunity to testify either in person or via the Zoom call, please state your name and address, or state that your address is as provided in your testimony card, and present any testimony you would like to present to the Development Review Board. Please do your best to speak loudly and clearly directly into the microphone, so other participants will sure to hear your comment. After each participant, I will ask the board if they have any questions for the. So before we commence, the hearing the testimonies, please make sure to raise your hand, because I can only see one person. So please.
Chair Nada,
Go ahead.
I do have one card here in council chambers to testify as well. So.
Awesome.
I don't know if we want to start with the in-person, then go through the.
Sure, we can do that. But just before we start doing that, I just want to make sure that, because I can only, on the online, I can only see one person with a raised hand, and I'm planning to use this as an indication if you want to testify. So please use the raise hand feature, and if you have any trouble doing that, either indicate that so in the chat, or follow the instruction. It's, yeah, right. Yes, raise your hand regardless. Just raise your, I'm gonna use this raise hand just so I can know the list to go through. Whom I'm gonna let the chance to talk. But again, if you didn't, and I'll try, I'm just using this as a way to order it. So I'll try to make sure that everybody here who want to testify will testify. This just will make the job easier for me and for everyone. And also, please, so we're gonna be limiting the testimony to 3 minutes. I'll try to remind you when you're 2 minutes in. So I really appreciate you being to the point and precise. We have few people here, either in the council room or online. And what I've noticed from previous experiences, and when you have a lot of people and you have a lot of points to say, some of the points get lost. So please be precise and be short. So just go and just try to say the points that really matter to you, so we can write it down and we move on to the next testimony and go on of course till we're done. So please just stick to the 3 minutes. I hope we don't have to cut anybody off. So please stick only to 3 minutes or way less if you can. Just state your points and move on. And if you happen to, if somebody before you stated the same point you stated, you can simply just say, I agree or I concur with that testimony and I have the same point. This will save us time and also is gonna make sure that no point will get lost. So with this being said, let's just go ahead. Dan, I don't see the participant at the council chamber, so I don't have to see him. You guys don't have to turn your cameras. But with that, let's just start with the first testimony. Please state your name and address, or say as stated in the record. And Shelley, can you please start the timer as soon as he starts speaking?
A picture of the parking
For sure.
from the presentation.
Is where you'll go.
Okay.
We have a video we've moved to the camera.
I'm sorry, I was wondering if I could get a picture from the presentation for
Of lot 12?
yeah.
We can pull it up.
And one last request I have for any of the testimony that will be given today, if you guys can just mention if you've been invited or attended any of the meeting that the applicant has held to communicate the changes with the public. So just indicate yes or no. It will be great if you can. You don't have to do it, but this is gonna help me to know what sort of communication had happened. Okay, with this, I'll give you the floor.
Hello, my name is Steve Abreu. My address is 11410 Southwest Barber Street. My wife and I and family have lived in Belvoir for 15 years, so been there for some time. So on this diagram here, I just wanted to provide some information. You can see it's a very busy area. Barber Street, in fact, I live in the second unit in from the top. On the right-hand side, you can see there's a building of 8 units. Those are the Seville row homes.
That one, yes.
So the front of my home is on busy Barber Street, and the rear of my home is on this private drive. And so you can see that second unit down. As I back out of my garage, we do park 2 cars in our garage. When I back out, that's going to be challenging to make that turn. This change in terms of having this parking structure is going to move traffic in single direction, where up to this point it's been either direction. But because of the angled parking, that's going to require everyone to be driving through. There's, of course, there's trash trucks and delivery trucks that spend a lot of time on that back alley. Right across from my unit as well, that you can see there's 3 units, 3 homes. Those 3 homes have children that play on the road. In fact, that entire area is their playground at this point. So concerned a little bit about the safety of what would be happening. A lot of density in terms of traffic through this area. On the left side, on the top, there's a Carvalho condominium. So that individual is going to have a view of the parking structure. But anyway, my question, just in general, is what happens if those parking spaces are not there? Because the Piazza is supposed to be, again, kind of a living room of Billabong. And, you know, I walked across the Piazza and kind of looked back just to get kind of a view of what it might look like with a fence, a 6-foot fence, basically, is what we're talking about. And it wasn't quite as aesthetically pleasing as the rest of the area in terms of, you know, wonderful houses, and green, tall trees. And, so this is kind of unprecedented in terms of Billabong, to have something, a structure like that.
Okay, so time's up.
Anyway, thank you for allowing me to
Thank you.
make some comments.
Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna go with the order that I see here. I only see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 attendee with raised hand. I'm not sure if anybody else. Oh, now I'm seeing more. So okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and call. I have the list here. I think it's order. I don't know, alphabetical, just whatever order that I have. I'm just gonna go ahead and start with the first person. Please, after you're done with your testimony, again, stick to the 3 minutes. And after you're done, could you please raise your hand so I know to move to the next. So the first testimony, here is from Garrett. So Garrett, please go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Yeah, my name is Garrett Pryor, addresses in the record. Just live a few blocks off of where the Villebois Center is at, and just would request tonight that you stick to the plan and support our center. We need all types of housing for all kinds of people in this community. We need housing for middle class and workforce homes, near jobs, schools, and transit. We're in the middle of a climate and a housing crisis now, so every piece of land, every ounce of land and how we use it should really be scrutinized and thought about. And so I really want to thank city staff and you all for taking the time to really methodically work through a very, you know, as we saw even today, a very dense presentation and go over each one of these elements. The Villebois area was, I know there's some of my neighbors that are in fear about parking, safety, and traffic, but this neighborhood was really a plan to accommodate that. If we had more people living in our center, there's a concept called crime prevention through environmental design. And it actually makes an area safer when there's more eyes on the street. And so if we would have this development in place at the time of the Villebois fire, maybe somebody would have saw people going into the building or people messing around there. That could have made our neighborhood safer. I know there's a lot of concerns about parking. I think it's going to be hard to ever quantify. I think there's ample parking within the neighborhood to accommodate it. I think partly some of us put too much stuff in our garages, and so that fills up the parking space we should be using for our car. And so I think that to accommodate this new development, I've talked with other neighbors as well, we're easily able to walk just a few feet further, a little bit, to accommodate new neighbors and the housing need that we really need here. So I think with that, I'll just finally say I'm also co-chair of the Wilsonville Alliance for Inclusive Community, and this development was called for in the Equitable Housing Strategic Plan. We're in favor of the Equitable Housing Strategic Plan, again, to meet the racial and income equity gaps that we have in our community. This piece of property is a very key element of that. So again, I would ask you to approve that because this development will make our neighborhood safer. So. In conclusion, this is our choice that we have tonight. We stick to the long-standing plan for housing for all types and all kinds of people in our center, or we restrict it through denying this to be more expensive and exclusive of our community. So help Wilsonville build upon our inclusive past by furthering it and improving this tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Gareth, and thank you for sticking to the time.
Thanks all.
Is it Michelle? Next. So Michelle, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me now? Hi. Okay, I'm going to go fast. My name's Michelle Sandlin. I live at 29008 Southwest Villebois Drive. Tonight, I'm representing the objection letter that was submitted to the city on September 17th, signed by 40 Villebois homeowners that are all affected by the parking lot. That is what our main objection is. We are concerned the proposed parking lot will have serious impact on our standard of living and particularly the value of our properties. Our main points in that letter were detrimental impact on residential amenities. This is out of character with the community. The master plan says that it is intended to be a pedestrian friendly walk into the village center. This will eliminate open green space in the village center and add more blacktop. The congestion has already been mentioned. We think that's the most egregious part of this plan of putting a parking lot in the center, which is basically in a private narrow driveway, which has already been mentioned. The safety and security risks we highlighted in our appeal, our objection letter, and also the young children that play in this area, which happens on a daily basis. The one thing I will mention about the protection of the trees is the Friends of Trees organization that we consulted during this process, as well as other conservation groups, stated that the biggest concern they had was putting a parking lot in the middle of a village center where you already have an abundance of cement. And that was a significant health concern and creates a heat dome. We're also very concerned about the ground stability. With a completely paving over that space, we'll have a water runoff issue for all of us that live directly around it. We're concerned about you've mentioned about the appearance and maintenance, but that's already an issue and a problem. We just see that being exacerbated, particularly if it's a private party that's going to own the parking lot. The serious cramming, it's already high density, has already been mentioned, particularly backing out of our garages we're very concerned about. The loss of privacy. And it is worth noting here that none of the HOAs listed in this objection letter were consulted about the applicant's proposal, except the Villebois Village Master Association, which is controlled by the applicant. It's hard for us that are directly impacted by this not to see that as anything but intentional. The homeowners who signed this letter purchased their property, haven't been given a copy of the master plan. We put our good faith in what was stated in that document as a quality place to live, raise our families, and retire. The main attraction for many of us is that it was pedestrian focused. You could walk to the village center and it was a very green lifestyle. Approval of a parking lot in the middle of the center seems like a betrayal of good faith to us. I do have a couple of questions. You want me to hold those till later?
Yeah, you should say it now because we don't have, Please
Okay.
quickly say them because you only have 20 seconds.
If the minimum parking threshold is met, why is the parking lot necessary? And we want to state that it's been reported to us as the homeowners from multiple reports that this is already a done deal, that this hearing is just a formality. And we would like to know, is that true? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Michelle. We definitely will get this question answered by the applicant staff and the board. So thanks for sticking to the time. Next is Tracy. So please unmute Tracy. Tracy, go ahead.
Hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. I agree with a lot of things that were just said. I wanted to reiterate that. Well, first of all, I'm Tracy Gilday, and I live at 1341 Stonehaven Drive in West Lynn. I do have a rental property, which is on, sorry, I have my notes here, 11507 Southwest Toulouse Street. So it's one of those three apartments that you guys are looking next to the parking lot. I currently have a rental where they have two kids that ride their bikes down that alleyway all the time. I know that there's kids in the parking or in the house right next to where you want to put the 4 slanted parking stalls. There's no water line even installed currently in that location. Not really sure how you're gonna be able to you're gonna have to install a water line to be able to put parking there. Currently the homeowner on the end of there is using his own water to make it look nice and not so run down and depleted to make that area look decent. That alleyway too is pretty narrow, and so backing cars in and out, in addition to adding all of those parking all of those cars in the parking lot, coming in and out that alleyway is just going to really create a lot more congestion. And then earlier, you guys were saying that lot 12 was not necessarily based on the density, the current density. So I think that it's going to start to devalue the homes in the area when the whole point was to increase the value of the homes. And so making these changes, I think will decrease the values of our property instead of increase it. And especially if it's not necessary. I don't know why we can't keep it into a green space. And then let's see, that's pretty much it. And maybe you can answer the last person's question on, is this already a done deal?
Again, after all testimony, we're gonna have the applicant, staff, and us will answer any questions. So are you done? Is this it? Any further testimonies to provide?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, one more thing. Will this increase our homeowners' fees? Because currently they have not been given over to the homeowners yet. And so this place has been in development for years and none of us really have a say yet. So like she said, the homeowners, it goes back to the developer and we are not a lot, we don't really have a say yet. So I'm wondering when is that going to happen?
Okay. Okay. Thanks, Tracy. Thanks so much. Thank you. So, Duncan, next.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep, I can.
All right, thank you very much. So my name is Duncan Tyrell Sandlin. I live at 29008 Southwest Billabong Drive. I've been working with the Billabong petition with Michelle. And no, so far none of us have been invited to any meetings held by the applicant, as you asked. If any of the homeowners listening want to email us for more information about what we're doing, it's Billabong petition, one word, at hotmail.com. So I just want to address the council as well as the homeowners about the parking lot situation. I was asked as a financial person just to go over the financial concerns that were briefly mentioned in the petition, but haven't been addressed yet here. We do ascertain that the creation of a parking lot will more than certainly depreciate the value of the surrounding homes. This also includes a reduction in the growth factor for the value of the homes over time, which will decrease the return on investment for homeowners to significant amounts of money. And that will be due to a decrease in demand because people would rather live next to a park or a green space than a parking lot. Because of this, it's a big concern since people's homes are usually their largest asset in their financial portfolio. Because of this, and I want the homeowners to be aware of this as well, our petition has spoken with a land use attorney. He's informed us that he's willing to help anybody, but that they can redress loss of grievances or loss of value due to the alteration of the covenant being the master plan in this case. After reviewing the master plan does not allow for a parking lot as a standalone feature. It does allow for mixed use housing and condos and things like that, but it does not allow for a parking lot. So any alteration to that covenant to which these people all purchased their homes under would be legally actionable to redress the grievance of loss in the value of their homes going forward. And of course, liability of these things does fall partially on the party that alters the conditions of the covenant, being the master plan in this case. So for summation for the homeowners who will more than certainly suffer some financial loss due to the creation of a parking lot, legal action is available. If you want information, please email us at billabongpetition@hotmail.com. It's billabongpetition@hotmail.com. Also to address Councilwoman Dunwell's question earlier, there was some confusion about the rezoning or the approval of something where they were, oh, thank you. The condos being built here, and they said it was a 3-person condo. Your council person said that at the City Hall Council Chamber. If that's consistent with the housing around it, that would be a maximum of 6 parking spaces in that area. If that answers your question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for sticking to the time. Next I have here Sherry. Sherry, go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
You can hear me? Okay, my name is Sherry Walton. I live at 11507 Southwest Toulouse Street. I am one of the 3 homeowners in the private driveway alley that you guys are talking about. I have not been given any prior notifications on development or anything prior to this current meeting we're talking about the whole time I've lived here, which is 4.5 years. I agree with everything Michelle Salmon has said and what Duncan was talking about. I worry about our property value. As Duncan mentioned, nobody wants to live. My house is literally right behind the apartment complex, and then you have the street and then the parking that you're looking for lot 12, which I do not want to happen. As mentioned before, we do have kids that play out there. I'm concerned about safety for a couple different reasons. You all have to probably know about the big fires we had here, which my house was affected by the fire. We did have a hole that went through our roof. You saw how we had over 12 fire trucks that were affected by it. Lots of cars blew up from it. By adding a parking lot, it prohibits more availability for those fire safety people to come through our house. The traffic here is already busy with the way we currently live. And by adding more space to parking, it will not only determine how we come into the alley, but it affects how we're able to get in and out of our garage, which is a huge problem if that is changed. I do also feel that there's going to add more crime to the area. I know someone mentioned about depending on numbers or whatever, but we have car break-ins on a regular basis here. And that just brings more people to my location by having more accessible cars to be there, which I don't want crime. Obviously nobody does, but that just puts more crime into my neighborhood. And that's a huge concern for me. So those are my biggest issues is property value, safety for kids, the fire trucks being able to have accessibility, the busy traffic, the crime, the way we pull in. And then again, none of us have been given information to support these changes in the master plan. And as Duncan mentioned prior to tonight, we had no say. It sounded like in the meeting, a lot of us, people said the public were invited. We weren't. And a part of that is some of these developments, none of us lived here. So those are my concerns. And like Tracy said, we had no say because the HOA doesn't have, the developer has the control. We don't. And that's very frustrating for us who live here, who's going to be affected by it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Sherry. Thanks for sticking to your time, and thank you for the summarize at the end. I really like that. Thank you. So next is Elaine Smith.
Hi, this is Elaine. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
My name's Elaine Smith Cope. My address is in my testimony sign-up card, but I live basically on the corner of Valencia Drive and Southwest Costa Circle West. I'm concerned about parking, and that's been addressed considerably. So I'm going to discuss my higher concern, which is safety of pedestrians. Right now, even without the new development, I feel pedestrians are not safe. I walk regularly, and even at the 4-way stop sign at the corner of Barber and Southwest Costa Circle West, I've almost been run over. I've been walking into the intersection and cars don't stop there. And I've had to dodge cars. And so now I just stop. I stop 20 feet back from the intersection when I'm walking if a car is approaching the intersection, and I wait till they pass. The drivers just don't stop there. They roll through the 4-way stop sign. Drivers also do not stop at the stop sign that's right next to my house, which is at the corner of Valencia and Southwest Costa Circle West. I sit out there in the morning with my tea, or in the evening in the summer when the weather's gorgeous, and I watch the sunset, and I'm amazed at how many traffic violations I see. There's no patrol, there's no patrol cars, there's no enforcement of traffic laws in our neighborhood. There's no marked crosswalk across the street from the corner of my house to the park across the street, which has the paved entryway into the park. There should be a marked crosswalk there. I can't tell you how many dozens of people with their young children in strollers or holding hands or walking their dogs cross the street right there. And it's already dangerous for them. And to have the added traffic from this new development is only going to increase the safety hazards for those people and their children. So I just would request that there be perhaps a reduced speed limit to 20 miles per hour in the entire neighborhood surrounding the Piazza and a couple blocks out from the Piazza, especially across from the park, maybe speed bumps. I just would request that there be some kind of additional traffic safety features added because there's already hazards, and the hazards are only going to increase to pedestrians as a result of additional traffic. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Elaine. Thanks for sticking to the time. Next is Kiswan. Sorry if I'm not the right email. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, my name is Kevin Swan. The address is on the testimony card of record. I do support the Vilboa Village Center and the proposal to complete the master plan for the central area. And I think it's crucial to see the completion of this master plan in context of the overall community and what it adds and how it completes the community. Currently we have vacant land that has no proper use, currently no beneficial use, and really doesn't provide any value to homeowners. Full disclosure, we recently sold our home in Vilboa, but had always hoped to see completion of the village center, and had bought into the community kind of in reliance that would be a crucial community center for my family and my 3 kids. And that didn't happen. And so for additional friends and family, I want to see that happen. I think it's crucial. I also find it interesting that some speakers out of one side complain about parking, but on the other then complain about the fact they don't want a parking lot. And I understand that that's not an ideal neighbor to have as a parking lot, but I think for the overall good of the community, it's a necessary evil. And frankly, I perceive that it's being done to help alleviate some of the impact that added residency could have in this central area. So I think that's crucial to have. While it may be inconvenient or unfortunate for those immediately living adjacent to the parking lot, master plans are of public record. And I know that it's not everybody's day job to go through public record or real property records, but I certainly looked at it before I bought our first house in Vilboa. And, to the extent I could deduce what was in it, I wanted to make sure that certain areas of the community that we were purchasing next to were actually designated as to what we were being told. And while those can adjust and change, a parking lot or a higher density residential facility is not a substantial change in use, meaning
30 seconds.
A surprise as some of the existing residents who have chosen to live in the highest density center of the community. So I think it's crucial that we also allow for housing diversity here. I mean, there's no way I could have afforded our first home in Vilboa if it costs what it does today. And I think a lot of people are being excluded from the community on that basis. So we need to provide a better housing mix for those of less means.
Okay. Thanks, Kevin. Okay. Thank you. So Marsha Davis, let's go ahead. Unmute yourself, or I don't know if Shelley needs to unmute you.
There you go. Can you hear me now? I apologize.
Yes. Yeah, no problem at all.
My name is Marsha Davis. I live at 29010 Southwest Vilboa Drive, which is in the building immediately adjacent to the proposed parking lot. And I just have a couple questions. And the first is, if the minimum parking threshold is already been met by the parking spaces planned on lots designated in this proposal A, B, and C, why is this extra parking lot necessary? If someone could answer that question for me, or is it necessary? And if it's not necessary, then why are we even talking about it? And my second question is, why does access to this parking lot, proposed parking lot, have to be from the alley where children play and is already congested? Why couldn't it be accessed from the street? Has anyone asked that question?
Not yet. Yeah, but,
And that's,
I'm writing all the questions.
I only have one other comment, if you'll please.
Go ahead. No, you have time. You still
I'm
have 2 minutes.
concerned about whoever's going to manage this parking lot afterwards. In our experience, those of us who live immediately adjacent to and surrounding the Piazza, there's no parking rule enforcement anywhere in this entire village. There are a lot of so-called parking restrictions, but there is absolutely no enforcement. And I'm concerned that if another parking lot is built, that problem will just be exacerbated. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Marcia. Yeah, we've been, for being very brief and to the point. And I have all the questions listed here. And when it's time for the staff or the board and or the applicant to respond, I'll make sure that all this question will get answered. So with that being said, I don't see any other raised hand in the listed entities. So I'll give another 30 seconds or so. If anybody else wishes to testify that who hasn't done so yet, please raise your hand. Of course, I don't see the council chamber, so I don't know if anybody is there. I'm gonna list the phone number just in case if anybody has trouble raising their hands or speaking or whatever. The phone number is 503-570-1536. The number one more time is 503-570-1536. If you wish to testify, haven't done so yet, please call this number and let us know. And with that, Dan, is there anybody else in the city council hall who wishes to testify?
There currently is not, Chair Nada.
Okay, thanks, Dan. Shirley, is there anybody else that filled out testimony card that we have not listened to their testimony yet? And
I do not have any, I mean, I have testimony cards from other people, but none that have indicated via the hand raise feature. And I just wanted to say for the audience, I have enabled the chat. So if you are having issues, now would be a good time to send a chat. It will go to myself and all of the panelists so that we can see that you would like to speak, and it will let me know to unmute you.
Okay, so I'm gonna give about 30 seconds. And after that, I'll ask, I don't know if I should start with the staff or the applicant to answer some of the questions or rebuttals. If you have any rebuttal for what the testimonies that you've heard.
I would suggest if the board has any questions to any of the public, that you get those answered first, and so the applicant has a chance to rebut any additional testimony they give in response to your question.
Okay, so does any other member of the development review board has any question to the audience, anybody who provide testimony? If so, just provide the name that you want to ask and what the question is.
No.
Okay. So yeah, so we don't have any questions from the members here. So yeah, okay. Okay. So he's sorry, I missed that. The staff are going to go ahead and start responding, or the applicant. There's a question that we heard.
Rebuttal, I think, would be the appropriate thing to do next, immediately following public testimony, and then you can still ask questions from there.
Sorry, Dan, I missed the last part. Sorry.
So I would suggest we go ahead and. The typical next step would be any rebuttal from the applicant.
Okay, so yeah, so we're gonna, if I can have the applicant back, and first I'm gonna have him if they have any rebuttal, and after they're done, if the members, the development review board member have any questions that we decided to hold off earlier to the applicant, that will be the time too. But first, if I can have the staff, have the applicant back. To respond to, or if they have any rebuttals, and then answer our question if we have any. So You guys can go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate all the testimony that's been provided tonight. We're happy to see that there's so much interest in this project. We do feel like this project will complete a community. It is one of the last components to be constructed in the village center. And the construction of these buildings around the piazza will help to address some of the concerns that residents are currently experiencing with crime and speeding. The presence of the buildings, the presence of something filling the space along those streets affects people's behavior. And it will have an impact on the traffic flow, vehicular and pedestrians. It should enhance the safety along those pedestrian corridors along the streets. It should have the effect of slowing traffic speeds and making people a lot more aware that they're entering a pedestrian dominated area. It helps to define that space as something that is intended to be active and have people walking around much more frequently. Regarding the parking area that is proposed, that is part of the overall mixed use project. It is not a change in anything that was master planned for that area. It is part of the mixed use project that is occurring around the piazza. And we have been working on this project, as Rudy mentioned, for the last 3 years or so. And over the course of time, there have been a lot of conversations happening with different resident groups in the project that may not have reached the people who are here testifying tonight, but we have had a lot of ongoing conversations with people who live in the community. And one of the concerns that we heard early on was concerns about there being sufficient parking. And so what the applicant decided to do was to add parking in the lot 12 location in association with the mixed use buildings to try to address the concerns that we had heard early on. So this is something that we've offered, and he's foregoing potential development of that site to try to address the concerns that we've heard from the community. Let's see, in regards to the actual design construction of that parking area, as we get into the civil design phase, we'll be addressing the details of how irrigation is provided to the landscape areas and how stormwater is provided. Part of Villebois is that there are rainwater facilities that are planned with the parking areas to treat the stormwater runoff and integrate it into the larger system. So it is part of the infrastructure system that is planned, and it will be constructed along with the parking area to address both of those items, the irrigation for the landscaping and stormwater management. And let's see, I'm happy to jump into any questions that board members may have.
Well, I'd like to actually, this is Katie, I'd like to go back to one of Marcia's questions regarding the access to the parking. From why is it not built and designed with access from the street as opposed to access from the private?
Okay, do you mind if I show the PowerPoint again and go to the relevant slide? Okay, so yeah, the access to the parking area is proposed off of the alley. Well, let me start with Barber. We cannot take access off of Barber Street because it's a higher classification road, and the parking area is on the corner, so it just would not be a safe situation to take access up Barber. There's also street trees provided in this location. Access off of Villebois Drive, which is Villebois Drive also a collector road, which limits vehicular access points off of that classification of roadway. It would also impact on-street parking that's provided. And as you can see from this graphic here, there is diagonal parking provided on the opposite side of Villebois, and then there's parallel parking on this side. So taking access off of Villebois Drive would remove some of the on-street parking. I do believe we'd face some challenges with the engineering department of trying to provide an access point here. Access to lot 12 has always intended to be off of the alley. And it just so happens with this proposal, instead of developing a mixed-use condo building, we are proposing a parking area that's in association with mixed-use buildings that are surrounding the Piazza. To us, it made sense that we would still utilize the access off the alley that has always been intended to serve the use that is on lot 12.
Okay, so I'm gonna try to go ahead and mention, list all the questions that we got from the testimony before the member can ask questions to make sure that at least we got those covered. Some of the question I'll ask could be, if it's best answered by the staff, please go ahead and do so. So the next question I have here, regarding even the same slide we have here, somebody, one of the citizens mentioned something about having a one-way street and two-way street. Are there any planned changes to the in and out of this alley in terms of direction?
No, the alley is a two-way alley, so people can travel both directions. So there is no change in the direction occurring. The diagonal spaces will most likely result in people, backing out and heading a certain direction, instead of like people who back out of their garage currently have the choice to go either direction. But that is not changing the function of the alley. It's still two-way traffic.
Okay. Another question was, who's going to manage? I think this question was answered before, but who's going to manage the parking or enforce the parking rules?
The parking area, since it is an association with the mixed-use buildings, it'll be owned and operated and managed by the management company for the mixed-use buildings.
Okay. So another question was asked, will this increase HOA fees? I don't know who can answer this question, but it was one of the questions.
I'm sorry.
Will this increase the HOA fees? Or having this
increase HOA fees?
Yeah.
No.
It's difficult to determine, but we're actually adding 148 more dwelling units to the master association, all of which will be contributing to the HOA. So it's possible that the dues may even go down because we're adding 148 more. It could be the same, but that hasn't, the budget hasn't worked out of that. But ostensibly, we've got more people paying for the maintenance of the alley. Right now, that alley is maintained by the homes that you see in this slide that are on the alley. But the owner of the mixed-use project will be contributing to the maintenance of that alley as well. And I might add, if we were to access, which it's questionable whether we could do so legally, based on the designation of Villebois Drive, accessing the parking lot from Villebois Drive. Villebois Drive, that sidewalk along Villebois Drive, is a heavily used pedestrian access to and from the village Village Center and the postal area. So you create a safety conflict with cars entering in and out of that parking area, crossing the pedestrian path.
Thank you. And there's a question that was asked multiple times, and I think it was answered part of Stacy's response, which is if the new space are not required, why are we having it? So I'm not gonna answer for you, but I think you already have the answer. So can you please answer this question again? If the new parking is not part of it's not required based on the code, why are we having it?
We are providing it based on some of the early conversations that were had with community members, with people who live in the community. As I said a little bit earlier, we've been working on this project since 2018 and have had ongoing conversations with residents out there, and we were repeatedly hearing concerns about there being adequate parking. And the developer did decide to give up developing a mixed-use building on this site in lieu of trying to address the parking concerns that we heard and providing a parking area.
Okay, thank you. So I think it was this. I went through almost all the questions except for one question, which is if this meeting is just for a show. I'm going to answer it later. So I hope I didn't miss any questions. So please, the DRB members, if you missed any questions that any citizen has provided testimony, please go ahead and ask the staff or the applicant. And now it's time, if you want to can go ahead and ask any question to the staff, or sorry, to the applicant. So you guys have any questions for the applicant?
I do. I have some questions. Thank you. For the parking lot, specifically around just some safety features that are considered. I don't know I think you mentioned just having more people in the area kind of helps with safety, or I specifically, I remember just the public comment talking about like crime. But are there any more kind of like safety components to having the parking lot in terms of like lighting, or especially because the walls are nice to have that privacy, but also it kind of like is a double-edged sword, I guess, because it's privacy for the homeowners, but also privacy for just like crime related issues. So can you speak more to that?
Okay, can you see the arrow that I've got on the screen? The mouse. Okay, there are some openings along this frontage on Villebois Drive between the vine fencing that will be provided for pedestrian access. So it won't be a solid wall. There will be these like view corridors where pedestrian access can occur to the parking area, into the parking area. So there will be some eyes on the street into the parking area from this location. And there is existing street lighting on both Villebois Drive and Barber Street, which we'll analyze as part of the civil design process to be sure that the parking lot is adequately lit. And if needed, we can add additional lighting to the parking lot that would be designed in consideration of surrounding residents there too.
And thank you for that. And then I was also wondering, so I guess maybe you kind of answered it since there's kind of some visibility from Villebois Drive, but is there going to be any signage for like visitors to say that there's parking, like, or like, how are people supposed to know if it's kind of like covered? But if it's visible, then it just kind of looks like maybe from the walls, it might not be.
Yeah. Well, that is something that we'll work through with the final design. There is intent to sign the parking area that it's intended to be for use of visitors and residents to the mixed-use buildings. So it'll be in association with those buildings, and likely there will be some kind of signage and wayfinding associated with the commercial entities to help orient people to know that this parking is here.
And then I guess kind of the bigger question is the conversation around if the parking lot is necessary, if you meet the minimum parking requirements without it. And it seemed like there was flexibility from the developer beforehand based on community conversations of the need for parking. But I'm curious, do you know if there would be flexibility or consideration about changing that again? And if, you know, previously with condos, is that something that, I don't know, I'm just curious if there's flexibility there based on what we've heard tonight.
Well, I have to say that the testimony given in opposition to the parking tonight is understandably from the people who live adjacent to it. But I can tell you we've had overwhelming testimony in previous meetings, public meetings, from other areas within the Billboard Village Center to the north and to the east of the Piazza, concerns about not enough parking. And a lot of that stems from the fact that, you know, every home in Bilbois and every home in SAP Central has designated off-street parking, whether it's a parking, off-street parking, one garage or two garage, depending on the size of the home. Part of the problem stems from the fact that not everyone uses their off-street parking in their garage to park their cars. And so we end up with people parking where it's convenient, parking in front of their home, parking on the street. And we end up with a lot of people concerned about the fact that there's not enough parking. And we've had people from the homes along north on Barber Street, and then moving east along Campanile and on Bilbois Drive, all the development in there. People are concerned about the fact that there's not enough parking, and that this project would exacerbate the lack of parking around the Piazza. In response to that, we've taken out of the inventory, instead of creating 8 to 12 two-bedroom condos on this site, which would generate at least 24 parking stalls, and all of that traffic would come off of the alley. We've decreased the intensity of the development there. And yes, it's a parking area, but I can say the testimony that you heard tonight is from the people adjacent. If you don't have that parking and we continue to exacerbate the lack of on-street parking throughout the rest of the village center, you're going to hear a lot of unhappy citizens as well. So we felt this was the best opportunity to help alleviate some of the long-term parking problems in Bilbois.
Question. Mr. Cadleb, you mentioned the 8 to 12 condominiums, and that you would have, how would have the parking hypothetically been allowed for in that type of development, as opposed to just moving them all to street parking? So if you put the 8 to 12 condos in the space that's now lot 12, would you have had parking assigned to those that would have been in a lot? And you're saying how many spaces would that be?
Well, if we took the higher end of that range of 12 mixed-use condos, so 12 residences, and likely some commercial space on the ground floor, you would be looking at a multi-story building to accommodate those uses, probably a 4-story building at a minimum. And the building would have been located towards the street. Most of these buildings are located right at the property line or very close to the property line. So something would have fronted Bilbois Drive and potentially wrapped around and front on Barber Street and be a multi-story building. And then likely you would have parking within this area behind it. And these 4 diagonal spaces would also have been utilized for that.
Thank you. You answered my question.
Hey, I have a question real quick, and going back to the parking, or the parking lot, and going back, thank you. Looking at Southwest Palermo and the private alley, do we know the width of that street? You talked about 2-lane. I used to live in Villebois before I live where I do now. I moved out of Villebois, but with the alleyways, I know I understand the purpose of that was going to be this. That would have been 12 dedicated cars to that, or 24 dedicated cars to that building if you wanted to hire in. Now you have the potential of 24 cars plus people trying to find parking, so they're going to travel that area too. Is it safe? Would you right now say it's safe with trash cans there on a Thursday morning? People backing out of these units on both sides, the private alley in Palermo. Is it safe with that much more traffic, especially on a typical afternoon? People trying to find parking that are now living into the new buildings. Is it safe for people to transit that area? Is there a walking area back there so people can walk to and from their car that's parked in the angled parking? There's a lot of safety concerns I see with this, and according to IRC, that I'm kind of scared of when it comes to putting more traffic in an alleyway. So would you say right now this is 100% safe? All the things added to it, trash cans and all that stuff.
Yeah, there's no more parking, no more trips being generated from this parking lot than would otherwise be. In fact, it's probably less than what otherwise would be built there if there was residential homes there. The parking, the alley is a 20-foot right of way and a 16-foot paved surface, 18-foot paved surface, 22-foot right of way. Someone had.
So it's 22 altogether on both sides.
It's 18-foot wide.
18-foot wide.
Paved side, yeah. So it's 9-foot travel lanes.
Okay, so adding into trash cans and stuff like that, and we're taking away, we're down to 15. Trash is picked up from those units from the rear. I think that's what, and I'm listening to testimony, so I'm just playing devil's advocate here.
Yeah, well, we aren't adding any more trash cans. We're the same number of trash cans that are there now. So
right.
Yeah.
So with cars backing out of that, do you see potential with people transiting through that area? Because there's
a lot easier. It's a lot easier to navigate a diagonal parking stall in and out than it is to come straight back out of a garage.
I can agree with that, and that's
you have a better views to see. So those are a lot less dangerous than the perpendicular stalls that you have just to the south of that.
Gotcha.
See all those parked there now. We haven't had any incidents that I'm aware of in the 10 years that's been there.
So question for Dan. Dan, is there a way that they could have asked for a waiver to have accesses to this parking lot from or Barber or Villebois, if we'd have done a waiver for that versus have them use this alleyway?
We have engineers on as well. The road's already built. I don't know where you take it. From Barber, you have the tree, you have the improvements, you have putting it right. I don't see a space there.
Yeah. Dan, this is Scott from DKS. I was just going to add, I mean, I would agree with the applicant and their findings. Again, Scott Manser with DKS. We are the city's traffic engineering consultant. But in this case, it's about trade-offs, and I understand your concern about the backing on the alley and pedestrians, but also the trade-offs that you'd be dealing with by providing access to Villebois Drive or Barber is the conflict points. And this is a multimodal downtown area. And that's one of the reasons the design was for, access off of the alleys and not providing additional conflict points. We want to create for driver behavior expectations of where driveways are going to be and not have driveways all over the place where you're going to have conflicts with bikes and pedestrians. One of the findings in the traffic study was to also provide a pedestrian connection to the public street system so that you're not having all these pedestrians from the cars walking down the alley. And so that was one of the intents of that analysis. And adding the additional parking area for the traffic loading on this alley is within the kind of the design assumptions for typical peak hour and daily traffic levels. I could find plenty of other examples of similar traffic loadings on this type of facility on a two-way alley.
Scott, this is Katie. I have a question for you regarding the parking itself. I know that I'm hearing that part of the reasoning and logic behind putting the parking in place as it is because we have mixed use in the new construction. If these were actually reserved spots that would be committed to an apartment dweller, or rather than in and out traffic throughout the day, does that significantly reduce the number of trips in and out and the amount of traffic flow on a daily basis?
Yeah, that's a great question. And for typical reserve spaces that are for, say, office use or residential uses, those types of spaces have about a third of the turnover of trips than a public lot where people are just coming and looking for spaces as they be coming down that alley. So if these are reserved spaces, you're probably going to see about a third of the number of trips that are going to want to come in and out of this parking lot for typical use. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. So that would bring a follow-on question for Mr. Cadlob. Has it been considered that these could be reserved spaces, and then the retail or mixed-use spaces could be behind the building adjacent on Villebois?
Okay, I can answer that for Rudy. We were actually just talking about that as the conversation was occurring. And that is something that we can do. We can work with the management company of the mixed use to be sure that these spaces are reserved for specific units.
Any other questions?
I have questions that are not parking related, if that's okay.
Questions are allowed.
Okay. Thank you. So a couple questions just about the site plan and specifically just the mail room and like the location of it. Was security, I guess, considered? Because I know there's just, I see a lot about mailboxes getting, opened and things getting stolen. So I was just curious about security considerations for the mailroom.
Hello, Sam Sanderson here. Good question. We do have that issue with some other projects recently. I don't know if it's just kind of a new trend, but what we have been doing to ensure kind of security has been increasing security from a door hardware point of view for entering into those spaces. Okay. Sometimes we have added security in the form of security cameras and things within those spaces. And then as these mail centers have been developed more recently, We have Amazon Hub and other kind of automated parcel lockers that keep those larger boxes safe and secure. So it's something I've been seeing on a lot of projects recently, and we'll definitely address it as we move forward with the project. But at the end of the day, the people who go into that space should have proper access, should have kind of access control into that space. And even though it's a public space, we'll have to look into how to make it a secure public space, if that answers the question.
Yeah, it does. Thank you. And then I guess this question might also be for you. We're talking about multimodal, which is really exciting. And I think I saw, there's like a bike room, but I don't remember seeing in the staff report how many bike spots or I guess like secured bike parking will be made available throughout the three buildings, or I guess
bike parking in all the buildings, and all the so it is throughout, and it's per the requirements of the zoning. The exact counts, I don't know that I have them off the top of my head.
That's okay.
But I know I see bike parking. There are these requirements, and we're meeting them. I know that. 234 total spaces of bike parking.
Nice. Okay. Cool. And then one more question about flex spaces. Are they, so the intention is to start those as apartments, or are you going to see when the time comes if there is that retail demand to start with retail, or?
Well, I think the staff report is framing those spaces. The request is that they would be, if they are to be residential up front, then that they be live work spaces with their own entrances and canopies. So that's the strategy that we're going to take for any residential units that are fronting the piazza, which at this time are on buildings B and C that are facing the piazza. Those units would then comply with the staff condition that they be live work.
That's all the questions from me. Thank you.
Okay, welcome.
Sure. If I may, let's do a time check here. We're about 20 minutes till 10. So we should be mindful of what we want to do. I mean, it's ultimately up to the board, of course. You can go ahead and power through if you want, but it's acceptable to, if you foresee a lot of further questions and conversation, you can go ahead and continue the hearing. If you do that, another thing you may consider is we have the zone change component does need to go to city council and is scheduled for city council. Haven't heard a lot of conversation or controversy on that one. So there would be the option to pull that out separately and forward that recommendation to city council and hold everything else until the next hearing for a final decision as well. So there's kind of those three options: power through, see if we get there tonight. Option B would just hold the whole thing until your next meeting in October. Third option would divide the zone or any other components you feel you're ready to make a decision on without much further discussion tonight, and hold the remainder until your October meeting.
Okay, so I'm not sure if any other member of the Development Review Board has any question for the staff or for the applicant. I just have a couple of questions, and then after that, we're gonna go with the voting or the discussion among ourselves. So I just say we just go ahead, and then hopefully it's not gonna take so much time. And if any of the discussion went a little bit over what I think it should go, then maybe you can go with one of those options. So with this, does any member of the Development Review Board still have any questions for the staff or for the applicant? So hearing none, I have a few questions, not related to the parking or the thing, just general questions about how many meetings have you guys conducted to discuss the coming changes? How many meetings have you conducted, and with whom, and when was that?
Okay, well, I'll start with when we were initially considering this project back in 2018, we had a community meeting or neighborhood meeting where we invited everybody that lived in the village center to come to a neighborhood meeting. And then things kind of went on hiatus for a little bit, and then Rudy was having some meetings with HOAs.
Yeah, I've met with the boards of the other HOAs besides the Village Center HOA. There's a number of, and I can't think of the Calais and a number of others in the Village Center itself. We have not turned over the Bilbao Village Center HOA yet, but we do have a transitional advisory committee. And the last two transitional advisory committee meetings in June and July, or July and August, I believe, none of the advisory committee folks showed up to hear about this. So it wasn't for lack of effort. But last summer, I did meet with, I believe, 4 other HOAs in the Village Center, and to listen to their thoughts. And the biggest concerns that those HOAs had was the lack of parking.
Okay, so did you actually meet with any of the resident, or just the HOA groups that you met with? Were there like the builders, or were there the actual residents? Because I've got some comments from
the
some
board members of the residents are board members of the
residents. Okay, so how was the communication? Like, how did you communicate it? Like the first meeting, the community meeting, how was the communication?
They were Zoom meetings. They were last summer, during height of the.
I mean, like, in order, how did the people get notified? Did you send them letters or mails, or how is the? I'm talking about the first one, the community meeting, the Stacy mentioned.
The very first community meeting was in, I believe, the spring of 2018, and it was an in-person meeting. Notices were mailed to all property owners within the Village Center, and I don't recall whether or not we posted signs. I don't remember that part of it, but that's usually what we do as part of a neighborhood meeting procedure, is post some signs on the property to identify the date and the location of the meeting. We did share it with the Facebook group that was that's operating with whomever was in charge of it at that point in time. So it was shared via social media. We met at the water treatment facility, and the meeting was actually very well attended. We had a lot of people. We were standing room only.
And what was the feedback you got from that meeting?
They were very concerned about parking.
Okay. And so this is in 2018, correct?
2018.
2018, okay.
19.
And do you remember which month?
I can tell you, I don't remember the date, but it was exactly 5 days before the arson occurred in the Village Center.
Oh, okay.
It was on a Monday night, and then Saturday night, somebody set fire to the building.
Okay, thanks. So this, I have one question for staff, Barbara or Dan. So a question that was repeated, is this meeting just a formality? This meeting is just formality, and yeah, so I wish if you guys can answer this question. If you have anything.
So it's not a formality. I would say some of the component applications, there's not a lot of options on, right? I think some of the correspondence, some of the public may have seen is around the zone change itself for lot 76. Really, there really aren't, I mean, it's a menu of one option there, following the precedent that's been done, I don't know, dozens of times during the implementation of the Village Master Plan. So some people may, just the lack of options there, in some ways that functionally, though it's not the intent, functionally almost does seem like a formality, because it is kind of going through the steps, that formal step that's kind of already had a lot of history and support behind it. In terms of the actual design, particularly around like the SAP amendment, we're as this board bill knows, we're not creating new policy or anything, but still the application and making decisions around that is still up in the air. And this board, as they know, still has power to vote that up or down based on review of that criteria. That said, there is a lot of history, as has been stated in testimony. I mean, there's been talk about this for as long as there's been talk about Villalois. So from that point, I mean, there's a more robust history and record for this project than typical. It goes back to all the legislative history from the years of Villalois planning to kind of assumptions of the number of units as this was a thought out master plan. I mean, there's always been this assumption of kind of these multi-use buildings with this range of units at this location and all of the infrastructure, traffic, et cetera, planning that's occurred over the last couple of decades. So, so in terms of the allowed use, I mean, it's clear it's an allowed use. But there always, another thing I would state in all of these, there's certain things that are clear and objective that it's pretty clear when you look at this staff report that yes, it's black and white, that yes, it means it, no, it doesn't. There are other things that are more discretionary around design that, is still stuff that the board is looking at. And so in that sense, there is still a lot of decision. There is still things up in the air, but on other things, it's really double checking staff and the analysis that's been done to make sure something hasn't been missed.
Okay, thanks, Dan. So with this, I'm going to ask for last time. Do any board member have any additional question for staff, applicant, or other member of the audience? Okay, hearing and seeing none. So the next is what if any discussion any board member wish to have to help ensure they gathered all the information they needed to make a decision. I know this is different from the discussion we will have to deliberate on once a motion is made. Discussion at this point should focus on just making sure that we ensuring that we understand the fact and clarified particular point, gathered all the data, rather than ensuring conclusion, which we'll do in a few minutes. So any other information or stuff that you guys think we want to know? Yeah, hearing none. So next is opportunity for board member to discuss any proposal to add, remove, or modify conditions of approval. So we've heard the condition of approval. So then now is the time if any of the board member have want to discuss the proposal to add or remove any of the condition of approval. The opportunity allow discussion amongst the board or with staff, as will allow the applicant opportunity to respond. So do you guys want to discuss any other conditions you want to add or remove? Okay, hearing none. Hearing no further discussion, I am prepared to close the hearing, confirming there is no additional discussion at this point. Okay, so with this, I declare the public hearing closed at 9:52 p.m. Now it's time for the board to entertain a motion. If the board member wish to add a new condition, remove a condition, modify a condition, it should be included in the motion. If the motion is seconded, the chair must call for a vote. If the motion is not seconded, another motion may be made. Once the motion is seconded, it must be voted before another alternative motion can be made. So do I have a motion on the application?
I apologize. I do have a question, I think, for staff about the motion. Do we include that correction you mentioned in the staff report about Julie Fitzgerald meeting? Like, do I need to say that in the motion, or is that just a kind of for our FYI?
Yeah, that's a correction for the record. So in your motion with the corrections noted by staff or language similar to that would be appropriate.
Okay.
Okay. So.
Okay, I'm gonna give it a go. Well, I think it'll be pretty simple. So I move to approve resolution 393 a resolution recommending approval of a zone map amendment from public facility to village to city council, and approve with conditions outlined by staff a SAP central amendment, the preliminary development plan and plan modifications, final development plans, and type C tree plans for a mixed-use development located in Villebois Village Center with the corrections noted by staff at the beginning of the meeting.
Okay, do I have a second? No seconds?
Does that include the added conditions?
Yeah, include the added condition.
Did it? Are you referring to the conditions like recommended during the presentation?
Yeah, or as recommended. And the staff report is recommended with additional conditions.
Okay, so I'll revise to say, and the staff report included with the recommendations, the conditions noted by staff. I don't think I said that right.
Okay, I hope I don't have to repeat all that again.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, not your fault. I mean, like, yeah, you actually put it pretty good. So, any seconds?
I think Paula has her hand up real quick before we go on.
I think, yeah.
About the conditions, probably.
Yeah, I think those are, it was about the conditions.
Yeah, you guys caught it. Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, so do I have a second?
I will second.
Okay, the motion has moved and seconded. Let's see, because the next I think is in discussion. The share, yeah, okay. I should repeat the motion, which I have to find it out. I don't know if I should do that or not. Okay. Yeah, the motion to approve resolution 393, Villebois Village Center mixed use development with the amendment zone map and all the conditions as listed in the staff report and all the corrections that made by the staff. Sure, I missed a lot of stuff because I don't have the writing of file. So any discussions on that motion? Do you have any discussion before we make the vote?
I do have a question.
Go ahead.
So are we approving the overall, across the board, overall, all of the?
This is a motion. This is a motion we discussed. Right?
Okay. Okay.
So any question or discussion?
Well, I'll just start by saying I appreciate Board Member Dunwell's comment about the reserved parking, because I feel like hearing that would potentially reduce a lot of the trips in that area would be great, because clearly that's a concern. So I feel like that was a good meet halfway kind of solution. So I really appreciate that, and I hope that happens if this gets approved.
Can we require that as a condition?
Then we have to have another motion, I guess, in this case. Barbara can correct me. Any other discussion? Okay, hearing none, I have two main concerns with this application. So the first one is actually this whole parking scenario, of course. The fact that we don't have a way, and I know this is a policy issue, to actually survey and see what parking we have now. This is, for me, this is, yeah, so that, and we just like follow the code and just keep adding more parking. It's really hard for me to say this. And again, I drove through the site multiple times. A lot of friends live there, and it's always busy with car. I know that it was mentioned a few times that, yeah, people use parking who's easy. They can park in their driveway. Yeah, that's all nice and good, but again, this is not scientific. Again, I was hoping for a more recent scientific parking study. I know this is not part of the city stuff. It should be part, I think, and I think any of the citizens who attended here, this should go to the city council and press this. This should, as we have a traffic study, we should have a parking study. We're starting to have a parking problem in this community, and we should stay ahead of it by making sure that this is the case. The second concern that I have is the lack of communication between the applicant and the citizens. When the first meeting that had everyone was 2018, it's yeah, and yeah, maybe of course it's a long time ago, maybe they don't recall all the information, but to me, I think that the applicant didn't didn't, yeah, I think they could have just pushed a little bit more, tried to reach out to more people instead of just talking with HOA heads. When I have next door neighbors saying that they've never got any communication, this has concerned me. So yeah, so this is basically the point that I wanted to make. And with this, unless anybody else has anything to say, I think I'm ready to call the vote.
Hey, Sammy, before you go, I also want to, I want to put it into the board packet too, that I agree with what you said about that we don't have a formal way of looking at these important things that apparently, as the applicant has put out several times, that the community members are looking at parking solutions, and we haven't come up with a way to really identify those things as a city. I think that's something we're missing out on. I do still have my objections. I still, as living in Villebois at one time, having an alleyway, all that stuff, and on my this is a personal thought process, I still don't get a warm and fuzzy feeling about the safety of that alleyway and the actions that will be there. That is going to be my objection to this. I listening to the folks that came out and talked tonight. I believe they have a great concern. They're not, they love, just like me, I love that we're moving forward with the Villebois Village. I believe that's a great project. I believe it takes care of housing concerns, livability, all the things that we're looking for. However, there is a big stop on just one little area. And I just want to acknowledge that we hear you, the folks that came out tonight and talked, or at least I did. So, and thank you to everybody that's here and worked on this, because I believe it's a step forward in finishing Villebois. So
yeah, it's a lot of work for the staff, the applicant, everybody. And thanks for all the citizens who attended today and they spent the night with us here. So really appreciate everybody coming here today. This is how the government works. So thanks for being part of all that. So
Yeah,
this,
Jason and Sammy also, and Nicole, I would also like to echo Sammy and Jason's concerns. I think that we have not necessarily received a full outline, although I understand that the individuals who were near the village center, within the village center, were notified of a meeting. If that is the case, with a number of objections and surprise about the parking lot, that it would have been helpful if there would have been more visibility to the solution to the general statement of there's not enough parking, that the proposed solution would be to build a surface parking lot that would be changing somewhat of the complexion of the area without more citizen input. So I'm in agreement with both of you. Thank you.
Oh, and then maybe you guys can clarify for me as like a discussion. So, because I always get kind of, well, I struggle with the fact that like our role is to focus on, does it meet the code? Are there certain design requirements that we can look at and potentially like make recommendations on? And so when it comes to like community input about like, I don't know, I guess I'm just wondering like, are we able to incorporate that into the vote when it's ultimately about like, does it meet the code or not? And maybe this is a staff question.
It's more of a staff questions, I guess, and I'm not sure if we are at a point right now in the movie. Yeah,
right, true.
I don't know legally if it's okay or not, but it's just like my understanding of it is this whole denying the application is different than like asking for more information or delaying. Yeah, so that's this two different way. Yeah. Well,
okay.
Denying the application, that's a complete something different than but trying to kind of push it back, maybe have more discussion, maybe the applicant will make some changes or have the city council decide some of the stuff. This is something, as far as my knowledge, can be done, but I might be wrong. So I hope that
Chairman Nato, can we walk this back? I guess the question for it, walk this back and go, let's just vote on the change of zoning right now, and maybe we need to relook at this parking lot 12 part.
I think we can do whatever we want to do, but for now we have to just
vote on the proposed
vote on this motion, and then we can provide any other motions. Personally, I think it's just like it's because I look at the parking at the whole thing at the same thing. So approving part and not approving the other. Yeah, I think it's all dependent. Part of the parking here is alleviated by parking spots here. So I think there's a little interconnectivity, interconnect between both of them. So, and I'm not sure. So maybe you can vote for this, but for now we have to vote on that. And then if you can propose another motion as soon as we vote on that one, if it doesn't pass. So with this, unless you guys have any further discussion, any points you guys want to make? So hearing no further discussion, I will call the question. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, say nay. Nay.
Nay.
Nay.
So I got 4 nay, 4-0, so the motion fails. So Barbara and Dan, what are options here? What options? Yeah. So you mentioned earlier, Dan, something about waiting for the next meeting. And we can have a list of recommendation for the applicant and the city too. I don't know if this is something that we can do, or what do you guys think?
So a couple of things to consider. If you do want to further consider aspects of it, you certainly can do that. If you're comfortable moving forward with the zone change, you could divide it up. If you do continue it and you want further public input, you would want to reopen the hearing as well as part of your motion.
Like today?
Yeah.
Well, it's better to do this before, but, so I guess the first question is, so you had a motion and second and you vote and it went down. Does somebody want to make another motion on what you want to do tonight? You want to make a motion to?
Okay. Anybody want to make a motion?
Zoning,
Okay.
just the zoning and pass it on, or do you want to make a motion to reopen and continue the entire public hearing?
So I would like to make the motion to approve the zoning change from, was it PS to B? I believe that's how it reads.
Yes.
I second that motion.
So that can be brought to the city council for approval.
I want to be clear, there's all sorts of motion. I mean, it's wide open, or you've already made a motion, you could just leave it where it is too. So, I mean, it's really up to you.
Sorry, I don't understand that part.
So, I mean, you could just consider it denied if you want to at this point, because you voted down a motion. Well, I guess they'd have to make a motion to deny, right, Barbara? If they did want to deny the whole project.
Correct. Well, they just did.
Well, no, they voted down a motion to not approve it.
Yeah.
As stated. So sorry, Miranda Bateshell, Planning Director, City of Wilsonville. I just wanted to come up and clarify that you have several options in front of you. Your option on motions is not just limited to separating out the zone change. By all means, that is one option. You voted down, or you did not vote in favor of adopting it tonight with the motion that you made that included all of the staff added conditions and corrections. You could also make a motion that would consider all of those applications again with an additional condition. You could, look at additional changes that you're discussing and have different motions on the application at hand. If you were to deny it, that would have to be its own motion as well. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear. It wasn't just one path that you could take or not this evening. So just because you did not vote at this time on that specific motion, there are a lot of different options in front of you in terms of what motions you may want to make.
Okay. So there was an option that was pointed out by Dan like about 20 minutes ago about this. We can say keep the hearing open till like next meeting or something like this, or push it to the city, to the council. So can you please tell me what those two? Because there's two different options. What are those two options? Are they still valid now?
So yeah, so the two other options that I mentioned earlier, which again, as Miranda points out, are not your only options, were to just continue the whole thing to your meeting, which would be that's October 25th. would be your next meeting. The other option I mentioned would be to go ahead and move forward with the zone map amendment, so the council can take their action on that. That's a recommendation to council, and then, everything else could be held to that 25th meeting as well. So that's a couple of the options that have run through my head, but there's other options as well.
Okay, thanks, Dan. So was this, anybody want to entertain any motion?
So with that, I want to go back to, I would like to make the motion to approve the amendment to the zone map, so it can be placed in front of city council at the next city council meeting.
Okay, second?
I second that motion.
There's a motion has been moved, the motion to approve the zone change from PF to V has been moved and seconded. Have been moved and second, any discussion? Okay, with this, I'm gonna put the motion to a vote. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Yeah, all those against say nay. Actually, I'm gonna say nay. So this motion carries 3-1. It passes and yeah.
So we'll.
Okay, so do we have to do anything else? Right?
For you to sign, Chair, Nada. I do want to mention that any failure to make a decision one way or the other, we are up against the 120 days on this. The applicant would need to agree to extend the 120 days. So do you have that exact date, Andy?
Not in front of me. I'm sorry.
So Dan, are you talking about approving the application?
Probably it's in.
Not the zone, not the zone change.
Sorry, I'm looking at the staff report here. This is Shelley White, Administrative Assistant. On page 20 of the staff report, it says, planning deemed the application complete on June 25th, 2021. The city must render a final decision for the request, including any appeals, by October 23rd, 2021.
Okay, so we don't have the time for another meeting, so we have to decide before the next meeting?
So a couple options there. You could see if the applicant's open to extending that timeline, or you could also move to have a special meeting.
Okay.
That is another day.
Is the app, yes, can we ask these questions right now, or does it, how can we communicate this information? Formally?
But can I just chat with them?
Yeah, staff will confirm to see if they're open to that.
Okay. Okay, so, yeah.
Do you want to give us just a minute to see if that option's on the table?
Can they get on at this point
I know it's late.
during the board discussion?
But another thing we can do is, if we can't reach him right now, is we can, I don't know if it's okay with everybody, we can have a special meeting. If we have to hold this time and, we can say no.
That's something we need to make a motion for, Sammy. Maybe we can make a motion to do it on the 20th of October.
Yeah, but I'm waiting to hear from the applicant, because if the applicant can wait, it will give us more time, because actually I want to give the applicant time to communicate some of the information, maybe, I want to give them time, right? So, but if they said no, then we can have a special meeting and we'll have to go again.
Can we take a brief recess, Chair Nada?
Sure, yeah, so do you have a motion to, like, 5 minutes is fine, or to more?
5
minutes. Okay, let's go do I have a motion to take a break for 5 minutes?
Yeah, I moved to have a 5-minute break.
Second.
Okay, motion to take 5-minute break has been moved and seconded. Yeah, we're gonna go on 5 minutes break. Let's meet at like 10:20, so I'll take 8 minutes. 10:20, see you guys in 8 minutes.
They would like to talk to staff, so I'm assuming we should call these phone numbers. You have it in there?
Yeah, I have it.
They don't, if they don't extend it, I need another 9. Or we tell DRB and then they make another motion. Yeah, Barbara, can you come with us, please? My city attorney with me. Okay. Yeah. Come back here.
It's 10:21. I don't see Dan or Barbara, so we're gonna be waiting for them.
People are wandering back into the room and we should be back here in another minute or two.
Okay, no problem. Take your time.
Paul's got a comment about entering an exhibit into the record, I think.
Okay, is everyone back?
Yeah, we're back. So staff would suggest that you reopen the hearing temporarily to get the applicant's response in terms of 120 days, et cetera. So if you're open to that, the next step would then to make a motion as such.
Sorry again, I missed that part. Yeah, so the applicant has said yes or no to delaying the.
Well, they would like to speak about it themselves.
Oh, okay. So you mean like, letting them speak? Motion to let them speak?
Yeah, and because the hearing was, you've closed the public hearing, if you're going to reopen, or if you're going to delay your decision, you've got to reopen it anyway, get their authority to do so, and then we need to discuss, are you reopening it for additional testimony, or are you just reopening it to give yourselves time to give more consideration to what's been presented and deliberate at the next meeting, which is what I would recommend you do, rather than open it up for additional testimony, but that's your call.
Okay, so I like that. So just to clarify, so yeah, so we can have a motion to reopen the hearing for additional, not additional testimony, but for more information or hearing back from. So does this mean that you have to respond right now to our request of pushing back the due date?
So the first thing you would be doing would be reopening the public hearing if you want to ask for additional time from the applicant.
Okay, so when you open the public hearing, can I just open it like general, like I opened it the first time, or can I have it for a specific purpose? So the question I'm asking, like, will I have to listen to all the citizen testimonies again?
No.
Or this is,
You just reopen it, and it just, essentially, if you reopen it, you're sitting where you were before you closed it.
I see,
right?
okay. I got what you mean, okay. Okay, anybody want to have a motion to reopen the public hearing?
Sure, I move to reopen the public hearing to hear the applicant's response to the 120-day extension request.
For resolution. Any
So I
second?
second that.
Okay, the motion to reopen the hearing for resolution number 393 to hear the applicant response has been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Nope, no, hearing no further discussion. I'm just put it to a vote. So all this in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
I have, yeah. So so the motion carries 4-0. So this public hearing is back open again. So at that time, we're gonna get back to the point where does the applicant want have any information or any additional data or communication that they would like to communicate to the board?
But we don't have any additional information to offer to you. We are willing to extend another 30 days. I'd let you consider this. I mean, we could, in lieu of your concerns about safety, forego the 4 diagonal parking stalls in the alley, if that makes a difference. But I don't know if that is something that you want to address this evening, or should we, we can go back and try to gather more information. But we are willing to extend another 30 days.
Okay, so thanks for that. Really appreciate it. Personally, I've just rather to give you guys more time. So if you can reach out to people, to neighbors, and just see, at least hear them out. Yeah, and also something I don't know how feasible it is to be done, and this from the staff, by obtaining any kind of formal way of just giving us the parking conditions right now at the village. So I'm not sure if this is even feasible or is it okay request to ask, but I'd like to have this piece of information. And also, as I said, from the applicant, I really hope that by next hearing, you guys manage to have some communication with some of the neighbors, the close by neighbors or something. I know this kind of stuff could take time. So just, I hope that you can just try to do that. So any other discussions or comments or responses?
Chair Nada, this is Miranda Bates, Planning Director. Can you clarify for me what it is that you're hoping that staff brings back? That was not clear.
A formal parking study or any parking study by a professional that tells the parking situation at the village. Like, can it take 45 on-street parking? Do we have a space? And of course, by this I mean like if people actually park where they're supposed to park. So that's why I need a formal, professional parking study to that area, if something like this is possible.
So we have the parking study that was done 2 years ago, prior to COVID, that we are able to share.
Yes, this will be good too. If
we're happy to do that. I'm not sure the relevance of that in the decision-making process.
Yeah.
I just want, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we can't add criteria.
So the development code requires us, essentially parking rates are driven by national parking studies. That generates an ITE trip generation rate associated with different land use types. That information is then what drives parking ratios that are in our development code. And so those are the requirements. That's also what all of the traffic modeling is based on. That's what all of the long-range planning was based on when we initially planned Villebois. So the Villebois Village Master Plan considered the number of households and looked at the trips that would be associated with those. That is the consideration of parking as well. That's why certain housing types can take advantage of on-street parking while others cannot, and why different parking ratios are established for each. So while we could provide a parking study, that is not necessarily going to inform the overall criteria and decision-making for this. I don't know if Scott Manser from DKS would like to add anything, if I'm allowed to ask him to add anything. Merely just because
you can go ahead and you can go ahead. Yeah,
I'm a planner.
Scott can go ahead. Go ahead, Scott.
So just to clarify, Miranda, what did you want me to cover on?
I guess, like I covered the criteria in terms of planning, what we allow in the development code, but I don't know if there's anything you want to add based on the parking study or the relationship between parking and ITE and your traffic analysis.
Yeah. So I guess just related to the parking study, I think I shared earlier, I mean, we did evaluate all of the parking within the Villebois Village, and there is available parking for this development. There's no concerns with available parking supply being provided with the proposed the applicant's study, or what the applicant's proposed development, including their parking count. Like I said, there's in the general area where this development is, there's a lack of convenient parking, being able to park right in front of your development or your house. But if you're willing to walk within a few blocks, there is available parking. And I think that was the key finding we did. I did take a look, and basically the development that we looked in that parking study was in very consistent with what's being proposed in this development. So if your question is there adequate parking within the village with this application, the answer is yes.
So if there's any problem with sharing this information with us, I know that I'm not gonna say, okay, this is this, we're gonna say no. Barbara was clearly stating that we cannot just use this as base for denial of the application. But if there's any, I just want to look at this. If it's something that is okay for us to look at, like it's not going to violate any city rules or anything like that.
We'd have to talk to the community development director and see if we can get it to a point, because there's a lot of drafting in that memo right now. But we'll see even components that we can clean up and share.
That's great. And the other note I'd like to have is for the applicant. I really hope that they will get a chance to speak to some of the neighbors and just see if there's something like what you propose right now for the 4 parking spots. This was I really like it. So if you can, maybe when you talk to them, you'll find some other changes that you can make. And that's why I emphasize so much on making sure that the communication with the neighbors should be recent, not 2 years ago, where most of the people might have already moved out. So with this, I don't have any further questions. Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, I would add on that point, we've been through this before on, I forget if it was this board or another board, where we asked them, I mean, that's not a review criteria. I mean, they could propose something without talking a word to the neighbors. I mean, that's not a great practice, but, you know, we can't use that as a basis of a decision.
Which I totally understand this. I totally understand. So what I'm yep, I totally understand this. Go ahead, Dan, sorry.
Yeah, so, and, you know, it is only a month, so it takes time to get word out, and we've seen applicants try to talk to people and get things organized a month before, and experience shows it's tough to do, and, you know,
I completely
written to that extent, and it's not something that staff would recommend pursuing. I mean, certainly we encourage ongoing conversations as any projects approved would move forward, but to get meaningful impact within outreach and input and back and forth done in a month is a short timeline.
I completely understand that. I know. That's why it's a hope. It's a request for me. I hope it's possible. Like what the applicant has just, this whole 4 spots, this could be sufficient. Or maybe they ask for so if it's possible, do it. I know that we cannot just use this as a base to deny the application. I know that. So
I just might add, if we're going to reach back out to the neighbors, I mean, I could contact all the people who spoke tonight, but they only, they're the ones that live within, 50 yards of this proposed parking lot. But if we're going to go back, to be fair to everyone, we need to talk to the other 700 or so people who live in the village center that need that additional parking. And that is going to be very difficult to do in the next 30 days.
I understand your concern, and I also understand that you are not under obligation that if you sell you something that you have to exactly follow what they say. But I just want to encourage the communication. This is my point. And
but I think is it gonna? Oh, sorry, Tammy. I think we're looking at this for the next 30 days, or looking up to the 25th right now. I do love thank you for the execution of throwing out, maybe taking those 4 out. It's a good time for us to walk back out or go out and look at that and see what that would make, and make us feel a little better about that area. I think there's a lot of concerns there on that, and I think that's where we're all stuck at on the parking, one parking lot, right? I think everybody went into this was going to be a home run. Rudy, a question for you. Is that when we looked at master plan from 2006 or back in 2003, is the retail space the same amount of retail space that you were going to build long time ago if this would have went forward years ago, or is there additional retail space in this plan?
It's an excellent question, and one that ought to be addressed. It's a question that I'm glad you asked. Back in the early master planning, and the vision was for much more retail than is currently visioned. Back in 2002, the real estate market was such that you could build anything and people would come and buy it. And we had great visions and great excitement, as did the city, about having this vibrant Piazza area with shops and restaurants and people living above and overlooking the Piazza and such. The reality is, in the last decade or decade and a half, retail has begun to shrink as online shopping has increased. And even more so during the pandemic, if you didn't know how to buy on Amazon before that, you probably know how to do it now. You can get your groceries and everything else. So there's more and more pressure on the sticks and bricks retail space. So what is envisioned now is somewhat less retail than was originally planned. It's just the realities of the marketplace today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
No.
The next
Go ahead,
step is your applicant has agreed to give you the extension of time, so you have two choices now. You can either close the public hearing again and go back.
Yep, that's my plan.
Think of other motions that you might want to make, or you can continue this to your next meeting, give you more time to deliberate or think among yourselves. I mean, think about what you've heard tonight. If you want to go look at the site again, you can certainly do that. That's one thing you can do, or the other thing you can do is continue the hearing and leave it open for yet more testimony if you feel you need more testimony from one side or the other, or both. If you feel like you've heard the testimony you need, but you just need some more time to process and to perhaps go look at the site, then you can continue, but close the record for public testimony. Or the other option again is you can continue and leave the record open for additional public testimony. Those are your choices. Do you understand those three choices?
Yes, Paul, do you want to add anything?
Yes, just as far as, I guess, tying this with a bow, we just want to make sure that we get audibly on the record, entering Exhibit A3. I believe Cindy already mentioned Exhibits D10 through D24, which were the additional comments. And then we had a D25 come in right at the last minute that was emailed out during the meeting because someone had responded to public comment via email. So I think, if I understand it, and Barbara can correct me, but if we need all of this, so that's it's in these minutes, we have it on the record.
Yes, that's very good point. I didn't know anything had come in, but it came in during the public hearing that should all be considered, and the board will then have time to look at it if you don't need to look at it before you vote. But
So can we have a discussion with this among the board members about which route we will take? Okay, so if you can have a discussion, what do you guys want? You would prefer to
Is there a way maybe we can bridge this gap with the applicant and us? And, like I said, it's gonna be hard to get a lot of people to go in there. Maybe we keep this open and allow more public testimony to come in, maybe for a 90-second versus a 3-minute, a 90-second testimony. Because maybe we could hear some of the thing that we didn't hear was a lot of people saying, yes, this parking is going to be awesome. We heard the opposite of that. The applicant, the city, everybody saying, hey, we want this. We didn't hear that tonight. I kind of want to hear that from some folks too. And that's why I think we should maybe leave it open and do a 90-second, and it kind of bridges the gap where if they can get some folks, the city can get some folks to come out and talk on behalf of this, I think we can get a little bit better indication, and maybe it will open it up to some forums of folks talking out there.
I like that. So any other?
It's always harder to get people to come out that are in favor of something, but the people who are against it.
Yeah, but they can write letters, and I think all of us should all read all the letters too. So there's a lot of ways to communicate to this panel. So go ahead.
One more thing, Mr. Cadleb, I know that you all were discussing the same point that I was mentioning about potentially taking that space and making it just reserved as opposed to open to retail. To my understanding from Scott is that it reduces the traffic in and out by 2/3. So would you be open to, seriously entertaining that for us to take into consideration?
Yes,
Or-
absolutely, absolutely, yeah.
Okay. Nicole, you have
There's no
anything?
retail near that space. I mean, it's all across street, so we could limit it to just the residential use there.
So Nicole, do you have any comments or anything?
I agree with continuing the hearing and hearing more public testimony. Yeah.
I agree with that too. So Barbara, what is the proper way to do that? Should we close the public hearing now and have a motion to continue it next time? Or how should it go? What is the proper way to do that? If we want to continue the hearing open to next time to hear more testimonies.
So your public hearing is open now. If you're done talking for tonight, then you would entertain a motion to continue the hearing and leaving the hearing open for additional public testimony.
Okay. So can I have a motion to keep the public hearing open? Keep the hearing open and allow.
Continue the hearing and keep it open for further public testimony at your next date certain meeting of
October
October 25th. So I will make the motion to leave to extend the meeting and to continue the meeting on October 25th in efforts to leave public hearing open until we close it during the October 25th meeting.
Okay.
Second.
Have a second. Okay, the motion to keep the public hearing open, open and allow for public testimony to the next meeting, October 25th, has been moved and seconded. All of those in favor? Any discussion? No discussion. All of those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those against, say nay. The motion carries 4-0. And with this, I don't know, do I have to read this whole appeal thing at the end or?
No, the public hearing is still.
Oh, public, yeah, sorry. Yeah, okay. So, okay. So when can I move to the next item in the agenda? Or we don't have to do this time?
So, yeah, board member communications and staff communication.
So I understand it's late. So if you just want to power through it in like 2-3 minutes, I completely understand that.
Yeah, I don't have anything to say from a staff perspective besides welcome to formally to Katie to her first hearing. So.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. I hope you enjoyed the first one. Usually it's not like this, but it was I hope it was a good experience.
Diet Coke and potato chips.
Okay, so just want to look at the agenda. Where's the agenda? Okay, so go ahead.
One comment. Sorry, I think I missed the board member communications. Did I miss that?
No, yeah. So Dan just said he doesn't have a lot of communication, but you can go ahead and ask.
I see. Well, I just had one comment about like, because I think I heard Shelley mention that she had like public testimony cards, but then it's not, maybe the people weren't here or something. And I know the meeting was running late, but I was wondering if maybe we could consider like future agendas, if we have a time estimate for like how long presentations are going to take, or just like when public comment might be, it might be helpful for people to know like time estimate, like it's going to be at least an hour in or so, I don't know, just something to help folks, because it is a long time to wait. But anyways, that was just kind of a side note that I was like, I think.
Yeah, no, good point. I know the folks tonight, there's a lot of people that had signed cards just so they could get notice of decision, things like that. I did think we got to everyone that we were anticipating making comments.
Cool, thank you.
Okay, thank you guys so much. And with this, unless there's any other points or any other discussion you guys want to make, hearing none, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you guys so much, and thanks for staying with us till 10:45. So I hope you guys have a good rest of your night.
Thank
And
you.
see you again soon.
Thank you, Sammy. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks for coming.
Good night.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye-bye. Good night.
Good night.
Shelley.
Shelley, look out on that. All right, what do we need to help you with? Shut all this stuff down. Okay, all these. Well, that was their choice.
and they should have made the decision tonight. And frankly, I kind of wanted to force them into it. I kind of feel like Rudy should have said no. I mean, I know it doesn't show good faith. Like, that's the thing. We want Rudy to look good. But like,
What basis would they have
Yeah.
used to deny the application?